Great. Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to be chairing the first panel on Paul's work on political theology. And I'm joined here by Moishe Halbertal, Martin Loughlin, and Benjamin Berger. And so we will have 25 minutes from each of our three, maximum 20 to 25. I'll say 20, and then we'll maybe allocate some extra time if need be. So we'll hear from each of them in turn, and that'll be followed by some response from Paul, and then we'll open up the floor for discussion for everyone here. So without any further delay, Moishe, if you can hear me, please go ahead.
Good. Well, thanks. It's really an honor and a great pleasure to be part of this seminar, exploring and celebrating Paul's work. And I'm really, really sorry of not being able to be in person. There is a family festivity in my daughter's family that's a good reason not to come, but still I miss being there, and I apologize for not being there. I want to look at a certain aspect of Paul's work. One thing in his so many contributions is his, what I say, almost uncanny way of understanding the religious imagination. Now, it's very rare among political theorists, especially liberals, that they have any understanding of the religious life, and they are religiously deaf-toned. I'm not speaking about whether they're secular or not. And there is something, when I read Paul's work and when it relates to religious themes, I say to myself, how does he know all that? He's almost an insider. Fortunately or not fortunately, I know him personally, so I know he's not that devout in that respect, but his grasp of the religious life is really fascinating. In his, as if he has a direct intuition to the religious phantasmagoria. So now that enriches his work in many ways as a political theorist. And I want to speak about sacrifice and the role of his understanding of sacrifice in his critique or questioning the liberal picture of politics and its themes. I want to talk about 4 ideas here and then develop the 4th. But the 4 of them are very, very, I think, foundational. And that's a place where I feel as well affinity to Paul and learned a great deal from him. So the first thing, when in the nexus of politics and sacrifice, and in the nexus of politics and sacrifice as putting a challenge to the liberal picture of the state, is the right of a state, of a sovereign, to draft. Basically to compel its citizens to sacrifice, right? We see today in Ukraine, it's amazing, right? Refugees are fleeing Ukraine, but the borders are closed to able bodies between 18 and 60. Now, no human rights organization, no liberal state is saying, wait a second, those people, those men at these ages ought to have the right to define their own fate and leave the front, etc. Now, no state will ever give up its right to draft its citizens, whether it practices or not, or no one will claim that that very, very act is unconstitutional. But we know that liberal thinkers, including Hobbes and Locke, had very difficult time, not had difficult times. They have never thought of the right of a sovereign state to demand such control or to expect or to compel sacrifice. So that's the first thing where you meet the limits of the liberal idea. The second theme has to do with the role of sacrifice, the role of founding sacrifice rather than founding consent as the glue that puts the state together. So there is a kind of foundational sacrifice. That obligates the nation, that puts a burden on future generations, not to empty that sacrificial act of the founding generation from its meaning by betraying the cause, right? Even, if you look at Lincoln's address at Gettysburg, he sees the carnage, he witnesses the carnage, and part of the genius and the complexity of that speech had to do with Lincoln saying, well, we cannot empty the meaning of that loss with our own actions, and therefore he does two things. First of all, he reframes what was the war about, so it will suit the nature of the sacrificial immense act, and then he binds future generations to this sacrificial act as a burden on them, not to empty it, not to make it vacuous. So that's the second theme. The second theme, and I think it cuts very deeply into the political ways in which states and sovereign bodies are constituted through an initial founding sacrifice that then binds everyone together. The third theme, which I find, this is more abstract, yet in some ways, yet more pervasive and deeper, is the following theme. In the social contract theory, which is challenged anyhow by this idea of a foundational sacrifice rather than foundational consent, the idea of consent and the idea of the state is to safeguard you from premature death. So you read Hobbes and you say, well, without the consent to give the sovereign monopoly on violence and to extract ourselves from the state of nature, life will be short, miserable, etc., etc. And then it's a rational act of ensuring life that enters, that gives legitimacy, gives a rational legitimacy to the state. But, and this is more of a Rousseauian theme, and which I think Paul explores very deeply, the function of the centralized modern state is not to safeguard from a premature death, it's actually to endow death with meaning. It's to create a platform, a sacrificial platform, where dying for the state, or the possibility of dying for the state, endows death with meaning. It's not about overcoming its premature event, but actually the state as a meaning-generating structure, almost an altar, that endows death with meaning, by actually making you part of a collective as well, of a collective enterprise that transcends your life. That's the first thing. But not only that, that allows you a kind of a martyrology martyrium, in which you are able to endow your life with your death with meaning. The fourth thing is, this is a sentence that I love in Paul's work, and that has to do with his book called Sacred Violence. And he writes the following sentence, which I want to a little bit get into a more detailed discussion. He says, the double aspect of sacrifice self and other continues to this day, right? Sacrifice is not an ancient idea. It's vital. It informs our practices today. One can take another life only when one is willing to give up one's own. This struck me as a very deep point, and remembering my own thinking of soldiering and in war, you ask yourself, where do you take the right or the power or the inner strength to take a life? And part of it has to do with you putting your own life online. So what enables war is sacrifice. The fact that there you are risking your own life, it grants you the power to risk someone else's life. And I want to explore that theme, which I find fascinating. So there is what I did till now. I said, well, there are four elements of sacrifice that appear, at least as in my own initial typology, appear essential to Paul's thinking about sacrifice, violence, and liberalism. And I want to speak about the last one in a little more detail. So usually in the tradition of moral philosophy, there was a very deep-seated picture that the moral drama is the conflict between self-love and self-transcendence. If you read Kahn, for example, he says all of moral life is really this struggle. We have strong tendency to self-love. We are geared towards the self in that respect, and the categorical imperative expects us to transcend our point of view of interest and take the view of all, take the view of the other, etc. And the real moral conflict is between those two forces. And our ongoing failure to live up to our ideals has to do with the great pool of self-love. And autonomy means the capacity to transcend the natural conditioned causal force of self-love. Now that picture has a long history in moral psychology. It's so common. I mean, it gets to Freud and others. That picture of that's where the moral conflict resides. But if you read Paul's work, and in particularly this sentence, I want to develop the following line of thinking, which is that sacrifice or self-sacrifice, self-transcendence is far more lethal than self-love. Because self-transcendence allows you, the fact that you are sacrificing yourself, allows you things that you would never imagine legitimate or plausible without that, right? There is the most horrible expression of that was the talk given by Himmler to his SS officers, where he says, look, our victims think that they have sacrificed something, they have sacrificed their life, etc. But we means the SS, we have sacrificed something far greater, which is our humanity, for a higher goal. Now, by what sacrifice allows you is two things, two very important things. One is a perverse form of value endowing act. So it's a kind of the following reversal. You say, well, something of value deserves sacrifice. That's one thing. Well, if I sacrifice for something, it has value. That's another thing. It's a perverse reversal, but it's very common. But there is another thing, which is that it allows you a reversal of aggressor and victim. Because in his perverse mind, in his very perverse mode of thinking, Himmler thinks of himself as the victim of his own aggression. it's like in a different mode, in a different modality. It's the suicide bomber. The idea of the suicide bomber means, look, I'm now engaged in a carnage, in a mass killing, but I'm the victim, and I express this through that act of suicide while I'm killing. There is a powerful and very beautiful play by Camus called The Just Assassin, which explores this drama expressed in the line of Paul's suggestion, which is, this is actually a play based on a historical case where in the beginning of 20th century, a socialist cell, a violent socialist cell, was engaging in terror, killing the uncle of the Tsar. And the leader was caught, and the wife of that uncle, being a good Christian in the Pravoslav tradition, wants to grant him pardon. And the leader refuses, and he says, if I'm not willing to die for it, I didn't have the right to kill for it. And I think that captures something very, very deep about the following things. First is that liberals and particularly liberals who are in the grip of a certain type of an economic picture of humans, don't understand the appeal, the deep appeal that sacrifice has. How easy it is to bring about generation of young men to sacrifice themselves for a goal. It's one of the cheapest, most common commodities out there. But not only that, we have to be aware in a complex way that misdirected self-transcendence is far more lethal than exaggerated self-love. That the connection between sacrifice and violence is not only that the act of sacrifice is violence directed towards the self. That's one thing, clearly. But that violence directed towards the self grants permission. Grants permission to engage in violence that is far greater than the pull of self-love, which means that actually we have to reconfigure the very idea of what the moral drama is about in opposition to the Kantian and to a certain degree the liberal thinking. So I wanted to put these four themes that I think are at the root of Paul's, in some ways, political theology, focusing on the question of sacrifice and the way he's thinking about sacrifice and how pervasive it is in political life, bring us to question some very, very foundational assumptions of the liberal picture of the state and its meaning. So these are my initial thoughts, and looking forward to our discussion. I also have to apologize, given the fact that we are in a weekend of family festivity. I wouldn't be able to participate in all the sessions, so I apologize ahead of time.
Thank you very much, Moshe. Thank you. And thank you for sticking to the time as well. I didn't have to use any of my cards here. So just for the other participants, I wouldn't
see it anyhow, so that's fine.
Yeah. That was very, very well done. So Martin, we'll hear from you next. I have cards that say 5 minutes remaining, 2 minutes remaining, and no time remaining. Please stop. I will. I have no time remaining myself right now. So without any delay, Martin, please go ahead.
Thank you, Alex. I should apologize in advance to all the seminar participants for burdening you with the paper. I'm not going to read the paper. It's the third paper I've written, which has the title, The Political Jurisprudence of. The first was Thomas Hobbes some years ago, and more recently, The Political Jurisprudence of Harold Lasky. I've also done it effectively with respect to Carl Schmitt in the Oxford Handbook of Carl Schmitt, but it had a different title. So apologies for, second apology, for the single track train of my thought. That said, Paul's work is of particular interest to me, certainly, because most of the political jurisprudence literature I identify is European, and most American constitutional scholars think their situation is entirely exceptional. Paul's writing is of great importance because, in common with European scholars, he recognizes that the key assumption in the key question is how to maintain political authority. And he builds his argument not by assuming the authority of the capital C Constitution, but from the basic concepts of the political, the state, sovereignty, and collective self-government. This is why I would situate his work within this tradition, some would say invented tradition of political jurisprudence. I begin the paper by explaining the political jurisprudence of a school of thought that conceives law as an aspect of human experience called the political. That law operates to strengthen the integrative forces of the political, and the critical issue must be to consider how political authority is acquired and maintained, and how political authority is acquired and maintained actually yields us the character of law. Rather than making an objective presupposition about the authority of the Constitution or the authority of the state, political jurists maintain that legal inquiry must begin by examining the subjective factors that account for the formation of a state. And when they do come to focus on the institution of the state, they recognize that the concept incorporates an ineradicable tension between two irreconcilable dispositions. That is, the formal and the material, the sphere of right and the sphere of power, the state as an entity constituted by its rules, or the state as an entity constructed to deliver certain distinct purposes. The consequential difficulties of this two-sided character of the state cannot be avoided by confining analysis purely to the formal rule system. This leads to an ideologically skewed understanding of law. Consequently, the concept of law can't be limited to positive law, that is, behind the law made by the authorized institutions of the state is the law, the right, the droit that makes the state. This makes the modern idea of law a profoundly ambiguous phenomenon, but it's this ambiguity, argue the political jurists, that must be embraced as a central theme of scholarly inquiry. That requires us to adopt a contextual and a cultural approach, and it's a cultural approach to the study that Paul readily accepts. He also explains that American constitutional theory is driven by an unresolved tension between reason and will, or as he later presents it, between system and project. And although he seems to work in the early stages in a discourse, in constitutional theory as a political discourse, something changes in the 2000s, which I have no doubt he'll explain. Something changes, but he then much more explicitly builds his account of authority from the most basic concepts of the political and sovereignty. In the paper, there's a section on his method, and I am not going to rehearse it here. I will simply highlight the ostensible similarity between his argument and Habermas's in order to make an essential point, one that's already being emphasized by Moshe. Paul argues that America's civil religion is founded on the conviction that the popular sovereign exists to maintain the rule of law. On its face, this is analogous to Habermas's co-originality thesis, which affects a reconciliation between popular sovereignty and the rule of law. But Paul then explains that it's much more complicated because there's a third critical principle. And this third critical principle is that of sacrifice. Habermas's defense of constitutional democracy rests on the assumption that modern, culturally heterogeneous societies cannot base their legitimacy on a conception of the common good. It must be founded on adherence to universal principles of right. This is really very different from Paul's argument. For Paul, the state's legitimacy is generated by the shared sacrifices made by an evolving community of fate. Without this willingness of citizens to take up the burdens of sacrifice, the state loses its authority. Contrary to the rationalist account presented by Habermas, Paul asserts the power of the political as it expressed through the collective identity of a sovereign people. Next section of my paper, I focus on his treatment of the American Constitution as a civil religion. He recognizes that the political is forged in the existential dimension of friend and enemy, but it flourishes in the symbolic dimension of representation. And in the dimension of representation, sovereignty is the key concept. This is given specific expression, he argues, in the American tradition, in the conviction that the popular sovereign exists both to make law and to uphold the rule of law. This, he suggests, is the core principle of America's civil religion, and it finds its authoritative expression in the Constitution. Modern sovereign identity, he then argues, replicates the religious. I gave a quotation in the paper, and I'll reproduce it here. The Constitution is our sacred text, and through law, we participate in the sovereign will. The Supreme Court is our temple, and justices are our priests. This method leads him to identify the judicial voice with the people's voice. It's this, he argues, that provides the basis of the court's authority to strike down decisions of the political institutions of government. Political institutions, he says, might express popular opinion, but the judiciary represents the popular sovereign. There's then a difficult section on sovereign decision. Difficult for me because it's the section of the paper I'm least content with. But in Paul's scheme, the tension revealed by the two-sided character of the state is played out in the distinction between law and sovereignty. But once the people have adopted the Constitution as their fundamental law, the question is, does a space of sovereign power remain? Now, the ideology of constitutionalism suggests not, but that doesn't seem to be Paul's line. And I have difficulty working out what his line is on this. Thank you. He claims that the American political experience lives in the shadow of the exception. That is, by the constant possibility of political rupture. And it's this that shapes the task of the court. The challenge for the court is, of course, neither to find the authoritative method of interpretation, because that's a task without end, nor is it to just locate the appropriate doctrine so that will somehow deliver determinate decision. It's rather to offer a story about the text that reaffirms to Americans their sense of collective political identity. Right, that's the paper. And my job in the paper is to try to explain how I understand his work through his writings. Now let me come in conclusion, and it's only in conclusion that I try to engage in some sort of critical appraisal. What Paul does is present us with a phenomenology of the American practice of constitutionalism. But the question I have is whether or not this incorporates sufficient resources to enable us to have some sort of critically reflective attitude towards it. On this matter, I conclude first that I don't think it gives sufficient consideration to the change in the meaning of sovereignty through the transition from medieval to modern. I argue in the paper that the concept does not remain continuous in its hold on the mystical and the sacred, and that in fact, strictly speaking, sovereignty doesn't exist in the medieval world. There is a concrete thing, a sovereign, but there's not an abstract thing, sovereignty. That is a purely modern phenomenon. The processes of modern differentiation that lead to the emergence of the church, the state, society, economy as distinct orders surely alter our sense of collective self-identity. That is, traditional ideas of the sacred yield to the birth of ideology. And once sovereignty stands as a symbolic representation of the autonomy and authority of the political worldview, it vests neither in the ruler nor in the composite office of government, nor in the people. Rather, it vests only in the set of relations that have been established between institutions that exist to uphold the authority of this way of looking and acting in the world. That's all that sovereignty, to my mind, is. And if that's correct, this suggests first that the state in the Hegelian, broad Hegelian sense is itself constituted, and there is a constitution of the state. But we are not to equate this with a thing, a document drafted at a particular moment in time that we call the Constitution. The constitution of the state is something broader, deeper, more culturally enriched, political phenomenon that's quite distinct from the constitution. And it's therefore not obvious to me that a regime's established drafted constitution is constitutive of anything at all. At best, it's regulative, probably only regulative of an office of government. And that then leads me to conclude that it's not obvious in that world of sovereignty, as I envisage it, that the court has a special voice in determining the constitution of the state. That is, there are a variety of institutions that can claim this authority, and there's a permanent contestation, and that's an essentially open, permanent, unresolved contestation if there's going to be any hope of maintaining a constitutional democracy. So I think that Paul, in giving us a phenomenology of American constitutionalism, surprisingly to me, actually ends up at the same place as many of his colleagues, of endorsing the American philosophy of constitutionalism. So unfortunately, fortunately, Denis is not with us, because I would then say, this reminds me of Germain de Staël saying, tout comprendre, c'est tout pardonner. The more we understand the phenomenon, the more we forgive and endorse the phenomenon. And I think that's Paul has given us a very insightful, remarkably insightful account of the phenomenon of American constitutionalism. But I do wonder whether right at the end, he ends up, malgré Louis, defending this American tradition of constitutionalism.
Thank you, Mark. Excellent. Some fault lines start to appear. Benjamin, if you can hear me, please go ahead.
Great. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Can you hear us? Okay, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. It sounds great. Well, hello, everyone, and thanks so much to Marco and to Neil for inviting me. And I just want to express my own apologies and regrets for not being with everyone in Glasgow. We have a little one here and a COVID surge in Canada, and it's just really a great disappointment not to be with you, Paul, and with all of you talking about Paul's work. So I think my task is just a little bit different today, by virtue of the fact that I'm speaking to Paul's not yet in print manuscript, Democracy in America 2020, which I think most will not be intimate with yet. And I think I'd be doing a disservice to the occasion and also failing to position the particular thread that I want to pull on in my written paper, were I not to spend a little bit of time in giving you my sense of the volume. I'm not going to provide, of course, a recap of each chapter, but I just want to spend a little bit of time giving a sense of the nature of the volume and how I see it relating to the many works of Paul's that we've all read, that we'll be discussing over the next couple of days. Specifically, I want to locate this new book in his body of thought and suggest its integral position, but very unique position, even as my focus ultimately in the latter part of my reflections today will be on one narrow question in the political theology that arises from this book, I think. So it's a little bit challenging to do this. It's always a reading of the text, not the text itself I'm presenting, but my way in today is to suggest to you that there are two phrases that stand out and sit at the heart of this volume, offered actually in the preface of this book. And the first, I think, is this: our unhappy politics is a reflection of our unhappy lives. Much about the character of this book, as I read it, ripples out from that phrase. And so Paul observes the dis-ease, the anxiety, the anger that has seized American politics. And he asks, why are we uneasy? Why are we anxious? Why are we angry? And the answer is found in the way we live today. It's written, this book, out of a sense of crisis, and the book has an urgency in this respect. And indeed, it's the urgency and the call to praxis, to action, that rescues the volume from being elegiac, really, in the end. The context for the book is the populism, the intense partisanship, and the culture war in the US, as Paul puts it, one that's become a civil Cold War that with, I think, COVID, we might say includes casualties in the form of the dead and the injured. And that brings me to the second touchstone sentence in this book, I think. Paul says, facts do not generate political responses. It's the other way around. Political responses identify which facts matter and how they matter. The way to understand the nature of this crisis, Paul tells us early on, is not through facts, as though the forms of material inequality are the fundamental explanation for the disturbing state of US politics. Instead, he says in this book, we have to actually understand how people understand themselves and their communities, generating the values and expectations that make certain facts matter and that shape how they matter. So he makes an intervention in the conventional focus of political philosophers on questions of legitimacy and of social scientists focused on measuring the consequences of political choices. And instead, Paul says, we have to expand our inquiry to look at how people live and work today, how they experience their communities of home, religion, work, and politics. In essence, we need to look at the practices of being communities as a means of better understanding the character of democracy and the nature of politics and political meaning. And so you see that, as in his other work, in Democracy in America 2020, Paul is very hard at work exposing the field of meanings in which we move. But in this work, he's understanding at its center the nature of action, the activities, the practices of political community. These are central. And so these two ideas at the heart of the book, the unhappy lives that produce unhappy politics and the need to look at how people actually live in community, inspires what's the most obviously arresting feature of this book, which is its methodological choice. It's a choice really to write a kind of political ethnography. The book is really different than his earlier works. We see Paul here more than we have elsewhere adopt the role of a kind of anthropological field worker as participant observer in the day-to-day life of his own town, Killingworth, Connecticut. We see conversations, interviews, local happenings, a rich, humanely drawn cast of complex characters in these pages. In Democracy in America, we learn about the conduct of elections in Killingworth, the construction of roads, development in wetlands protection, religious lives of the community, schooling debates, how the town dump functions, the workings of the fire department. It's a kind of community memoir in a sense. And as I say this, I also realize that this idea of being a participant observer is not entirely new, is not all that distant from some of his other work. It's in fact the flavor of Paul's work, even in its most theoretical register. So making the case out of Eden, even these books have this sensibility, even if it takes a more kind of abstract form. But this book is a kind of political memoir or community ethnography in a particular way. Paul's making here a Tocquevillian move, just as Tocqueville did, to read the nature of American politics from the life and practice of a small town of 6,400 people in New England, Paul's small town. This is, of course, exactly what the title of the book is invoking, a kind of Tocqueville for 2020s, and a little bit more about this later. So given the scale and pitch and the detail in this volume, the book has a kind of intrinsic intimacy to it. What has made our community lives unhappy as of late? And so it's a highly personal volume. In this volume, we see Paul's life in the law school a little bit, in Killingworth very much, through changes in the day-to-day life that he sees around him. We find Paul at the town dump. We find him watching town meetings, having conversations with his neighbors, and we see it through Catherine, Paul's wife, who serves as first selectman in the town for many years. So yes, it's a book about exposing the field of meanings in which we move, but it's also a book about identity. We see Paul working really hard to understand his community and the community in which he lives. And in this, I think it's best thought of as a kind of companion volume in one respect to testimony. One is the attempt to understand family through the themes of his philosophy, and this is the attempt to understand community and living together, the bonds and relationships that cultivate or do not cultivate the ethics that sustain constructive practices of collective self-government. Both are works that are showing the value and nature of a philosophical life, and that's really one of the most moving parts of this work. I'll just pause to note that this is a really important piece, I think, in the development of his work, because it's such an emphatic showing of the way in which his more abstract works were very much always talking about the day-to-day life of politics in the form that communities matter to us. So we see love, sacrifice, self-government, they're always imminent in this ethnography, even as we're learning about the operations of the fire service and the conservation. So what do we see from this ethnography? With all of that in tow, what do we actually see from this kind of community memoir? And at its heart, what we see is a crisis in the nature of the project of self-government that corresponds to the penetration of national partisan patterns into the day-to-day lives of those living together in community. As I suggested earlier, the book engages a kind of Tocquevillian move, but Paul observes and explores in this book a Tocquevillian inversion, whereby rather than the project of national self-government arising as it did for Tocqueville out of the ways and forms of life of the local, today the national permeates and directs the local. We hear this, for example, in the local election signs that appear in the book, which read at one point in the title of one of the chapters, "Drain the Killingworth Swamp." Right? This is the corrosive arrival of the national in the life of a town that has a deep tradition of collective self-governance. And the heart of his claim here, this Tocquevillian inversion in Kahn's language, is the national is everywhere. But how exactly is the national disturbing the forms of life that conduce to self-government? And that's really, at the end of the day, the subject of the book. And what we see is that this inversion corresponds with an atrophying of the politics of persuasion, which Paul provides a chapter on. It's facilitated by changes in news and in media. We have just a sterling chapter in the book on social media and the way that it both creates communities and extinguishes other kinds of forms of political action. We see the ways in which changes in the nature of churches and of religious attachment co-evolve with these changes in the practices of self-government. And we also see the loss of the authority of experts. And this is particularly interesting to me. This has been vivid to me in Canada during COVID, where despite the tightly connected cultures between Canada and the US, the belief in and deference to expertise in Canada has shaped its response to the pandemic in ways fundamentally different than in the United States. There's a way in which, from Canada, watching the United States, it looks like a move from claims about political equality into a politics that's about a commitment to an equal epistemological status of truth claims. And so we see many things through this political ethnography of Killingworth and through it about democracy in America. But I really want to spend what remains of my time, and we'll spend the bulk of my paper focusing on something else central, of great interest, I think, that arises from Paul's description of Killingworth, and it's in the Register of Political Theology. So looking at the practices of self-government from the local up, in this volume surfaces the volunteer as an underappreciated figure in political theory. And this book calls on us to think through the volunteer as a theoretical site, as an object of philosophical reflection. And this becomes vivid in the work in a variety of ways. We see the volunteer and the willingness to volunteer as central to the way of life that Paul puts on display in Killingworth. This feature, its ethic, appears really at every turn in the book, whereas the volunteer is really not a figure in Paul's other writing. There are a number of ways into this. Ultimately, for example, because of the centrality of the volunteer to Killingworth, Killingworth serves as a kind of bellwether for the politics of persuasion, which Paul reflects on in the book. Persuasion, which is an activity he emphasizes, not a matter of proof, is really the only tool available to generate a culture of volunteering. And the disappearance of the ethic of volunteering is a diagnostic red flag for the politics of persuasion at large. The picture that we gather from this volume appears at first blush somewhat different and rather disconnected from the political theological. And indeed, the language of political theology doesn't appear in this text. Rather, the heart of democratic life, of the project of collective self-rule, lies in this volume in volunteer service. And this volunteer, so vivid in Killingworth, generates the attitudes and the practices that sustain a broader project of self-government and should therefore be more central to theorizing democracy. The loss of civil society, which is the agent of this Tocquevillian inversion, lands at the feet of the volunteer. But I think that there's in fact a significant political theological richness to the volunteer in this volume that links this work to his other thinking and positions the volunteer as really interestingly central to the political. So I want to spend just a little bit of time talking about my interest in how the volunteer can be read into Paul's political theology, thinking through the political theological role of the volunteer. I think we can get some traction on this by looking at two analogies that appear in the text. First, that between the volunteer and the family. Paul draws an analogy in the book between the ethical complexity of a family and the ethical complexity of self-government, something he does elsewhere in his work. And in this, we find another link, I think, between this and testimony. But this analogy is a telling one for my purposes, because I think we can see the parent as the consummate volunteer, in a sense, the expression of love and care in the community of family. The parent takes responsibility for the conditions in which the family can thrive, regards his duty as a matter of love, not of efficiency, and embodies this commitment of sacrifice for the sake of that community. Indeed, when a parent rejects this ethic of volunteer service, the meaning of the family really collapses. We can excavate a kind of second analogy latent in the text between the volunteer and the veteran. The political theology that wraps around the veteran is vivid in Paul's other work. But in the life of Killingworth, while the volunteer is really the heart of the community, that volunteer coexists there with the veteran. And we see this with Paul's account in the book of the Memorial Day celebrations in the town, a day on which the sacred and the public collapse really into one another, with the celebrations fusing religious and secular authority, taking place either in front of, or if it rains, actually inside the congregational church. And as Paul writes of the veteran, sacrifice is exactly the concept that links the religious and the secular, the town to its foundation. At that foundation is also emphatically in this book, the volunteer. The volunteer doing their work is the expression of popular sovereignty in the day-to-day. So what's happening in the volunteer? Sacrifice, the point of origin for political theology, as Paul has put it, is expressing itself through the volunteer as the pivotal activity for self-government. This is the volunteer alongside parent, veteran, as the conduit for love and the sacred, standing for a meaning and a set of beliefs beyond oneself in service of community. The volunteer is responsible for creating and maintaining in this volume what Paul terms in one spot an ethos of care. And it is that ethos of care that creates the kinds of bonds, what appear in the book as bonds of political friendship, and attitudes, what appears in the book as public happiness, that allow self-government across difference. And it's that sense of friendship and happiness that's eroded by the political polarization. I think we need to know more about this to hear more from Paul about the nature of this ethos of care. But what's clear is that this ethos for which the volunteer is uniquely responsible is viewed through the book as the ground for the very possibility of self-government. The loss of the volunteer is the loss of the site of action that reflects these beliefs and meanings beyond oneself. It's a kind of diagnostic for the loss of a willingness for sacrifice, and with it, the meaning of politics, the capacity for self-government. So where has the volunteer gone? And this is what gives the book a kind of elegiac hue, the loss of a point of access to the sacred in the community. Where has this volunteer gone? Lots of possibilities and reflections in the book. One immediate cause that Paul explores is the withdrawal of the middle class from politics, and that's a really interesting phenomenon in the book. But I think another comes in Paul's warning of the risk of confusing politics for markets. I think we lose sight of the volunteer precisely when this confusion occurs, when we confuse politics for markets, because like the parent, the volunteer is not really a legible figure in a world of efficiency. And this is a loss of meaning of collective self-government, of its significance as a way of life. And as this atrophies, so too does the sense of connection, this ethic of care, and the volunteer then begins to flicker and fade. I'll just say there's a bit of a feel of Durkheim here in a couple of ways. One way in a sense of anomie, of the severance from the intimate, of the local relationships that give meaning to a life well lived, the unhappiness in our lives that produces the unhappiness in our politics, as he begins. But also in Durkheim's sense of the sacred as none other ultimately than the community itself. So perhaps a separate reflection on Paul and Durkheim. But what's clear in the volume is the political significance of this atrophying of the volunteer. Paul says that self-government depends on this ethos of care, which is what volunteering is all about in Killingworth. With the loss of the volunteer, we see one way in which a gap has opened between our aspirations for collective self-government and the ways in which we live our lives. And so he writes, quote, "Our national political polarization may overwhelm Killingworth's capacity for self-government. If not, it will be because Killingworth can still call upon a long tradition of volunteerism." So I'll just close by noting that the book is dedicated actually to the volunteers of Killingworth. One of the things that Paul sets out to do in this book is to explain the value of political engagement, a special duty of the scholar, as he puts it. And in this respect, as he says, the book is both an interpretation of politics and a political intervention, a more explicit, if definitely not wholly different space for Paul to inhabit in his writing. But along the way, it's also an addition, I think, to his political theology, and this through the figure of the volunteer, not just the soldier, but the person who serves on the local fire department and also runs the town dump. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Benjamin, for a third excellent reflection on Paul Kahn's work. And so we are very fortunate to have Paul Kahn here with us today. I'm sure he has quite a lot to say in reply to the three commentaries we've just heard.
Well, first let me thank everyone You're all terrific. You're just really terrific. You know, when I set out to write a book, I don't set out to write the next volume as if I'm trying to keep everything coherent and develop one thing at a time. I just set out to say what I have to say. And it turns out what I have to say in each of these books is rather continuous. And so the project fills itself out organically as I think about, you know, what's left for me to think about. So I really love the idea that you're finding connections between them and seeing a single project and trying to draw those connections. And I hope our conversation isn't just about me. I think the whole point of this thing is to think about the ways in which the work that I've done connects with the work that you are all trying to do and making, you know, as interesting contributions as I have to make in your work and your field. So I like the way this is all constructed. And so I want to pitch my responses at the right level on each of these without going into the details, although I have to issue an open invitation for each of you. My God, we should sit for hours and talk about this stuff because this is really interesting to me in any case. So let me start with just a few comments on each of the things that really caught my attention. And I should say, you know, each of the speakers and I consider deep intellectual friends, and so I appreciate taking the time as well. So Moshe, and I should start with the story I always tell about myself and Moshe. Before I ever met Moshe, I read Moshe, and I read his book. What's it called? People of the Book, I think it's called. This was a long time ago, and I read this book, and I just felt so thrilled. And I think I even got in touch with him maybe because I said, you know, you and I are writing the same book. I just read Written the Reign of Law, and he wrote the People of the Book. And, you know, we're just writing it from different traditions, different cultures, but we're interested in the same things. And this has remained the same through the years. So, you know, the first time I met Marco, Moshe and I just quite independently decided it's time to write a book about sacrifice. So we both wrote a book about sacrifice. And so I'm always continually delighted in reading and thinking and teaching with Moshe. Of course, you know, it's terrific that he isolates and identifies my take on, or my views about sacrifice as central to the political theological problem, because sacrifice is central to my critique of liberal theory. And I've always thought of myself as quite alone in some way in my critique of liberal theory, because, and you know, it's kind of boring to people. I feel I always have to go through the exercise of saying the critique of liberal theory is not a critique of liberalism. So I don't want to be identified with the conservative critique of liberal theory, although conservatives tend to love my work, I have to say. So I find myself in very uncomfortable company often. But I do insist that liberal theory is just very bad political theory, because I do not believe it gets to the heart of political phenomena. And so you have to start with foundations. You have to start with a kind of what I think it was Moshe who used the word, a kind of phenomenology of the political. What is it? Right? How do we imagine it? And I always think, you know, I think of very particular experiences when I think about the political, and of course they're shaped by my own history of interaction with the state. But I always begin with the moment of conscription. You know, what does it mean? We see it in the Ukraine now. What does it mean that the state can force me? Because I do believe in the diverse forms of political of social meaning and independent spheres of meaning, which I think Martin was criticizing me or pointing out. I believe in all of that. But what does it mean that Ukraine can say right now, well, you think you're a musician, but actually what you are is a guy with a javelin on the front line. That's what you are. So I try and think about, how it is that politics is sustained in the imagination. How do we think about politics in this? The point about what Moshe wanted to emphasize on the reciprocity, I always talk about it. It's not just sacrifice, but it's a killingness and willing to be killed. It's that reciprocal relationship that defines a political field. Of course, that's deeply related to Schmidt's friends and enemy distinction. And that, I suppose, is the original point of sympathy between myself and my discovery of Schmidt. And I should say something about that, and also in connection with Moshe. I was writing about all of this stuff well before I ever read Schmidt. And I would go around and talk about this stuff, and people would say to me, "Oh, you really, you're a Schmittian, you have to read Schmidt." And eventually I did, and I understood what they were talking about and why. But Moshe always says, that he thinks I have an unerring ear for religion. Even though my actual experience of religion in the sense of exposure to religious institutions and religious rituals is close to zero. And to me, where does this come from? Oh, it comes from thinking about the American state. So for me, this is just a kind of phenomenological proof of the point I try and make to matter theory, that there is some continuity between modern politics and our longer religious tradition. And again, I'll get to Martin's point about what exactly is the break in modernity, if one emphasizes that continuity. Moshe's reaction, he's not alone in talking about my interesting, religious sensibilities. And I've always been interested in religion, so it's not surprising to me. But sometimes I think, my religious sensibilities come from watching a lot of grade B movies about American politics. So the interesting point is, this comes when I write about religion. I'm not trying to join together two literatures I've studied. I'm trying to find the best concepts, terms, and ways of thinking about what I think of as the political imagination. And if you think about it this way, if you think about sacrifice as foundational, reciprocity, and killing and being killed, if you think about these things, you realize how far the political drifts from them all. And this has always been central to my thought about politics, that these are really autonomous spheres of value, that you want them. Obviously, you want them to intersect as well as you can, but they don't so often. And we know this again, from my vast experience of grade B movies. We know that the most excruciating moments of political life are when your state's engaged in unjust action. And what do you do? What do you do? How do you put these together? And the political has some kind of autonomous value that's not moral. It is at moments it goes too far. We all understand that. But they're not. You can't grade one against the other, or we couldn't do politics at all. And I guess the other thing I would say is, when I do think about violence of the state, I think about sacrifice. And let me say two words about that that connect to the future. I think it's important to understand that there's a bit of a tension that I haven't really figured out between the idea that the state can compel sacrifice, can demand it. In some way, the Ukrainians are doing this at the moment. In some way, the Russians are doing it at the moment. I just read this morning that they conscripted 134,000 people. But sacrifice is another thing with my work. Is sacrifice always has to be a free act. So there's a kind of an ambiguity here. The state can expose you to risk, but it can't force you into, force your own death, I suppose. Of course, the state can, right? But when it does that, it gives up on the ethos of sacrifice, right? It's no longer an affirmation in the same way. So sacrifice has this peculiar valence, which is neither, objective compulsion that goes too far, nor subjective interest. It's something else, right? It's an ethos of its own. It's a political ethos. That's what I'm trying to get at. And that political ethos is what Ben picks up on the volunteer, all right? And we see this in Tillenworth, that the volunteer, right, is misunderstood. If you say, well, those people are just people who happen to enjoy politics. Some people like golf, and some people like to run the ambulance service. That's a misunderstanding, right? That's to collapse politics into markets, or worse, in my view, a lot of politics is being collapsed into entertainment. And it's the same ethos. It's misunderstanding that people say, well, I don't have children in the schools. Why should I pay taxes for that? It's as if, either you're getting paying for services in your taxes, or you just happen to be somebody who likes to, join a garden club, and which relieves everybody else of any burden. But in fact, all of those people who think they're relieved of a burden are free riders. And you can't do politics with free riders, so to speak. So the volunteer and the sacrificial agent are in this kind of mixed, indeterminate mode that we don't have a good word for, an ethos of the political, I would say, which is both an ethos of freedom and an ethos of responsibility. The terms I use in the Tillenworth quite a bit about authority and responsibility, and how these are outside of our ordinary ways of thinking about them when we do moral theory, and how we have to be open. And again, Ben's right. If you really want to understand these in the most immediate way, you think about family, right? Being a parent is not exactly subjective interest. It's not just, I happen to be one who finds this pleasant, because a lot of it isn't very pleasant, right? And you're not relieved when it's not pleasant. And of course, it's like the political, in that it can be tragic. There are all kinds of things happening, but they're yours. They're your problems, not anyone else's problems. But it's not compelled either. So what is that? And I think politics falls into that, and family falls into that, which is why I'm very anti-modern in thinking that the relationship between politics and the family is very tight and remains true, and that's a clearly book as well. Okay, enough on sacrifice. I do think we're Moshe and I both wrote about sacrifice after 2001, I guess, in the mid 2000s. I think we're back into that violence of the state, and wondering how much sacrifice are European states or the United States willing to tolerate, to what end, and what will this look like? Or always tells me I'm really writing about Israel, not the United States, when I write about sacrifice, and maybe there's something to that. So let me say a few words about Martin. So I really liked everything Martin had to say. The problem with Martin's paper for me is when he gets to the critical part, well, I agree with that too. So here's my general thought about Martin's paper is, I think that Martin emphasizes the first half of my political writing career, and I haven't abandoned it. So everything Martin says about the relationship between revolution and constitution, everything about popular sovereignty as a formation of the will, about the necessity of political identity, about sacrifice being the third. I love the line about the law behind the law. This is actually an expression that I found myself using a couple of years ago. I don't know. I don't think you got it from me. I think you just have it.
John Dickinson wrote a paper on it back in the 1920s.
Okay, so it's around, but I find myself coming to the same place and having to talk about the law behind the law. So I agree with all of this. I still believe in all of this. I do. And Martin well captures my sense of the loneliness of an American constitutionalist who doesn't really believe in the Constitution. So I appreciate all of that, but then we get to the critical part here, and here I'm a little nervous about the critique, because so let's start with the court. So when I talk about the role of the court, and I talk about it in the most sustained way, well, and really in two books, The Reign of Law, which is an early one, and then more recently in Making the Case. I think that what I'm doing in those books is trying to offer the best, and I think this is the right word, ideology that can legitimate the court's role, right? But that doesn't mean to me that other institutions don't make competing claims. And it doesn't mean to me that the court even understands what it's doing. I think right now the court's destroying itself because they just blow off my work. It's like, this is what we do. You know, what we do is vote against Roe versus Wade. That's what we do. Or, you know, if they have an ideology, it's originalism. And if you press them on, well, you know, what's the legitimacy? What's your theory of legitimacy, which I've been pressing them on now for, it seems like 20 years. They have nothing to say, just nothing to say. Apart from, well, if not this, then judges are just going to exercise their subjective preferences, right? So I'm not now there. I'm trying to figure out how it is, which is why I've been in The Reign of Law, and what's Marshall trying to do. This, I think, is the only hope for the court sustaining its function. But I don't ever mean to say that that's the court's unique in the sense of, you know, the only institution. I don't even think it's a matter of institutions. I think the guy on the sidewalk who pulls out his pocket constitution and says, you know, here it is. You know, he's in some ways enacting the meaning of America just as much as the court. So I'm completely open to the, you know, what I think we call the competitive narrative, the competition between institutions. I think that Congress is the weakest at the moment in some ways, and that's an interesting issue. Because there are moments in the 19th century where Congress is strongest. And of course, you know, the president is very strong at times. So I think there's lots of contestation about this. So I agree with that point, that even though I think the court in some way, if you ask me, is the best situated, ideally, for reasons that have to do with institutional practices. You know, they write opinions, right? They wear robes, they have a temple. I mean, all of these things count. But then when you look at the, you know, for me, you know, at one point I wrote about the ritual of confirmation and how important that was for accomplishing this end, to identify, you know, with the constitutional tradition. You know, it's become a joke, as we saw in the last couple of weeks, because it's no longer political, it's just politics, right? So the collapse of the political and the politics is all very problematic for the legitimacy of the court. And you see it, you know, in the most obvious things. You see you see their popularity rating declining, and I don't really think they know what they're doing, you know, you know, so I'm all with that. I'm also with the idea that the Constitution is essentially, the popular sovereignty is essentially empty. I mean, I think that the content of the popular sovereignty is whatever you can persuade, whatever persuades people to believe, right? But to believe in popular sovereignty as the source of the foundation of American law, and as America as a self-governing, historical, transgenerational community. That's the content, and it changes over time. There's nothing, and there's nothing there that has to be there. And so I have no tolerance at all for people who claim to have a single historical truth of the Constitution. I think I mean, I'm trying to write a paper right now about why the Senate's unconstitutional. And you say, you can't say that, it's in the Constitution. So what I think, I think the content isn't, the content, and this goes to decisions. The content is whatever wins this contest and persuades people. So that's the way in which I think, and that process of persuasion is deeply contested. And all of that's part of what's going on here. Although I do think Martin's right that if you look at the, it's hard for me to say this, the first 20 years of my writing, that's more court focused. I don't think making the cases, making cases court focused, but it's just court focused because I chose to write about the court. So it's court focused, not because of, the larger scheme of things, which I could have chosen to write about. I'd like to write a book, for example, about presidential statements. How does the president construct? So that would be like making the case, and it would be interesting. Okay, so I think all of that about Martin, I agree even with the criticisms, because the criticisms I think are actually well picking up the things that pushed me in the last few years to move a little bit differently. Now a few words just about the new book, which I take it nobody has seen because Marco chose not to distribute it. And you chose because you didn't want it out there, or
he doesn't want to burden people with reading.
Exactly.
You believe it a lot of copyright, yeah?
Right, so that's fine. That's fine. I just want to put the blame on them.
I actually thought that there was somehow an understanding that you were not.
So that's what I was worried
You
about.
said, don't circulate it widely. You didn't say
I
that.
know, this isn't
I
why.
was reading opinion actually, said the manuscript, so I was like, I think it's written, don't seem to make it.
Why? It doesn't. But so this is Ben's completely right. This is a very different kind of book for me, and it was very different in its multiple drafts. It started out not so dissimilar, and my editor being much like it, and it pushed me, as others did, to write a more, what should we call it, a more anthropological work, should we call it? This is awkward in some ways because, as Ben mentioned, I was married to the mayor, and she didn't really want me doing this. And then I started going out and actually doing interviews with a lot of people, thinking about the town. And Ben's also right to pair it with testimony, in the sense that these are both efforts. Not efforts to, I mean, both of them are continuous with my work in the sense that I think all philosophical work is autobiographical. I think that's what philosophers, good philosophers do. They think about their lives, which is thinking about the different aspects of institutions and communities that they're part of. And that's the philosophy that interests me. What do we learn when we read Plato? We learn about, Athenian dinner parties. We learn about walking in the woods. We learn about transactions in the agora. So I think that's my model of philosophy, to think about my life. And this goes, how's it continuous? Well, when I wrote The Cultural Study of Law, I thought of myself as, again, a kind of anthropologist in the Geertzian way, occupying the halls of the Yale Law School. I wanted to know how my colleagues think, or how the Supreme Court thinks. I just spent a couple of years with them. But those are my subjects. How do they think about things? So these testimony and democracy in America are kind of contemporary moments to think and about these things. And Ben's completely right that I'm trying in some way, I don't want to use the word domesticate, but to take these concepts of politics and meaning and try and show how they actually are part of our ordinary lives. It's not something extraordinary. And so both of these books are about the big themes of my other work, testimonies about love and death, hatred and evil. And this book is about It's about the volunteer. Ben's completely right. But the volunteer is the symbol of the political. How does it look apart from the conscript in the exceptional moment? What is the political ethos? And to try and think about the failures of American politics, apologies of American politics, from that perspective. Ben helped me actually see the connection between the volunteer in town and the conscript. It is striking when you're in town and you go to events and you talk to volunteers, you talk to people who are involved, and they're not all veterans, of course, but the veterans always speak of their life in the military as a high point and most significant part of their life, and continuous with their work in the town. So that's an important moment. I don't know if I should just end there, but I mean, the book has a kind of a frustrating end for most people, I think, because, and I think Ben was just kind in not talking about this. It's really difficult to think about what can be done, what should we do, without just sounding a kind of a thin and kind of pie in the sky. Everybody in the end comes down to the same thing. Education. We have to teach politics. We have to teach civic education. That's where Plato was 2,000 years ago. We have to take the children away from their parents and educate them. And there's something to this skill. The children are. And one of the striking things you find in town is that politics has become like religion in the school system. In the schools, there's a real reluctance to talk about and mention religion because people disagree about it. So it's thought to be subjective, inappropriate. Well, people disagree about politics, and therefore we exclude politics from education as well. And I end the book by saying, actually, we should be celebrating the difference in schools. That's the one thing we should, be teaching. That difference is what we want. We should be teaching how to be different in a single political community. But the reaction of most institutions in town, not just the schools, but even the city institutions, is politics doesn't belong, because it's personal. And that leads to all kinds of apologies. People don't want to be parts of political parties because they don't like the intensity of it, but that just makes politics even more extreme. So it's an effort to think through, just as Ben said, how is it that the national crisis in our politics shows itself in a local election? Let me just say local politics. One last comment. But part of the motivation of the book was that a lot of political commentary in the United States about the state of American politics said, well, the problem is in the Midwest. The problem is in Appalachia. The problem is, the inequalities of wealth. Or the problems in, unemployment in the Rust Belt, closing of mines in Appalachia, and that the answer has to be in redistribution. And then there's a second thing that people said, no, the problem is in the cultural elitism of the coast, who disregard the traditional values of the Midwest. And the book begins by saying, well, look, I live in Illinois, small town in very blue state, and one of the oldest towns in America. It's been engaged in self-government for 350 years, right? Hillary voted for Trump. Right? It has no closed factories. It has no unemployment problem, and it has no problem with cultural elite. Something more is going on in America that is captured by the two themes that are, accepted as the grounds for a political response. And what is it? So that's the frame of the book. So there's been some twist in the understanding of American political democracy that needs to be confronted, and it's deep and it's pervasive and it's everywhere. So thank you all.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Paul. We have an opportunity then for some discussion, and I will be, my eyes will be roving around the room and the screen to make sure that I get everyone's hands up. So I've started already taking notes. So Neil, if you'd like to go ahead.
Okay,
Yeah.
that was great. I really enjoyed that fantastic opening session. Can I just make a couple of points? One is I couldn't help but smile when Martin finished by saying there's a point at which a kind of sympathetic deep description blurs into a kind of affirmation that, you know, so loving and so powerful, so deep as the description of this becomes, that it becomes difficult to not see within that a kind of empathy towards what it is one's talking about. And of course, many people often say that about Martin's work. So and I think it's a general methodological difficulty, you know, and I wouldn't have been the only person that smiled when you made that point. Please back me up. But I think there's the kind of behind that though. I mean, there's very, I think, a serious point which we didn't really get round to, I think, in Paul's response, which was, and I may as well raise it because other people are going to raise it over the next year or so, which is to what extent this is about the particularity of the American experience, you know, something which doesn't necessarily translate to the European experience. Of course, one of the things that, you know, that Paul does is he often, and actually from quite surprisingly early in his work, he often introduces the kind of EU as a sort of counterpoint. You know, here's an example of, you know, politics after politics, you know, politics after sacrifice. And here's how it doesn't work. Here's how it's not quite politics. Here's how it reverts back to national politics, etc., etc. So it isn't that isn't kind of addressed, but I think there's a really interesting challenge in Martin's paper, which says, look, you know, we can all accept that there's something particular about the American experience, but if you have an understanding of political modernity as something which is structural in the way that he talked about it, which involves this form of differentiation of society, then that isn't something which is only happens in some places and not in other places. And also there is a kind of way of explaining the particularity of the American experience which takes account of this, and which I thought was at least implicit in what Martin was saying, which was, in an odd way, the kind of the early success of the American political and constitutional revolution, in a sense, almost rendered the constitutional carapace invisible, right? It was there. So you can already have your kind of political theology within that. Whereas in a lot of the European experience, that's not the case. You know, the move from the Volksrechtsstaat to the Verfassungsstaat is something which is constantly 2 steps forward, 1 step backwards, etc., etc. It's something which is constantly under discussion. And so that very move away from the, let's call it the pre-modern type of society where you have a more obvious sacrality to the modern society is something which is far more contested. So in an odd way, one way of reading the particularity of the American experience is not that it was a seamless continuity, but it was an incredibly powerful, effective discontinuity. And it's precisely the effectiveness and success of this discontinuity which makes it look so continuous. But that's just one way of thinking about it. One other point I wanted to make, which was, and this goes to the new book and what both Moshe were saying and Benjamin was saying about the relationship between the new and the old, because it strikes me that if we think about, you know, the nature of the political, then there is a way, and this is very crude, which you can kind of map it in terms of a sort of continuum. So at one end of it, you have what Moshe was talking about. You have the SS, and that kind of sense of the, you know, the way in which self-sacrifice can justify anything, you know, at an extreme, monstrous level, right? And then you move along the continuum and you get to the more moderate form of self-sacrifice involved in conscription, war, etc., etc. But there's something more obviously reciprocal about it. It's not about the transcendental versus the real, it's actually a reciprocal thing. And then you move to the volunteer. And the volunteer is also, and I think my sense, and I haven't read all of the new book, I've read some of it, and I read that the idea of the volunteer as being very, very, very continuous with that notion of the self-understanding of a certain type of political responsibility, a political morality, which is not reducible to ethics, etc., etc. And the whole point there, is that, that's if the SS is a dark side, this is a light side, this is a good side. But in a sense, are seen as aspects of the same thing. And of course, one of the problems there, and this is where I think it's very, very difficult to do this, without a really, really sophisticated and nuanced and multi-level study in cultural anthropology, which no one person can do on their own, is that, paradoxically, part of the reason why the volunteer, as an example of the example of the way in which the people understand themselves in this political sense, as an example of the positive force of that, one of the reasons why this is under such threat is because there is this very, very tribalized debate at the national level. And within that tribalized debate, there are people who are falling back on the most obvious extreme tropes of precisely the type of tribalized political ideology, which also belong to the dark side of that same tradition. So one of the things that's happening here is, you say, what the liberal who doesn't believe in this might say, well, you need the good side, you need the positive side of your political self-understanding, precisely because so much has been done negatively in the name of that type of sacrificial political understanding at the macro level of the polity as a whole. So my point is that how does one reconcile the relationship between these things? Is this where the liberal critic would come back in and say, well, the good side of this is outweighed by the bad side? Now, there's a response to this which says it's not about this, it's about a description, it's about thick description, this isn't about normative choices. I get that. But underneath that, there are also a lot of evaluations going on, about why these things are happening, how we might change them, etc., etc. So I guess my point here is just to say, that I would like to, I think two things I would, highlight. One is, at some point we have to get into the kind of Europe versus, or the rest of the world versus America debate. And secondly, I do think, and already with this afternoon, I found myself thinking more expansively about the relationship between all of these different registers of the political, and how they interact with each other in any particular political context.
Thank you, Neil. We'll hear from Marco and Or before maybe Paul, you could, after which Paul could perhaps reply. Yeah.
So I have a point to Martin. I think you expand the political and take into the group of your political students, Paul and Carl Schmitt, that I think it's not, they don't do the same things as you do. I know I have now a problem with Paul because he said he agrees with what you're saying, but I will treat him as if he's Schmitt, it's not here. And I think it's a delicate distinction. It's very potent, but it's delicate, and I hope I will make sense. So it's true that Schmitt and Paul are speaking about the foundational authorities. That I agree. But I think with Paul and Schmitt, the political is meaning, giving meaning, not so institutional as in your case. So they are establishing authority on the ability of the state to give meaning. That's the source, at least at Schmitt, it's very clear that the political is something you die for. On that, the state is established upon. And that's why the political precedes the state, precedes the entire thing. And that I don't think is your project. And I think in that sense, and that's Paul is liberal, but is contingent liberal. In what sense? So Schmidt's meaning, the foundation of Schmidt, is something that Paul doesn't like, despises, something that is stable, doesn't change, belonging, that he doesn't agree with that. So, and he's liberal in the sense that he's neutral. So he says the state is neutral, but he's contingent liberal because that's the meaning that the American state gives, which he agrees with, which is the popular sovereignty. But he's contingent liberal. That's the thing that he agrees with. We don't know what if the state gave another meaning. And that, I think, the notion that authority is based on meaning is very different than the political in your sense. And I think this distinction shows that they are with a different family than the family that you know.
Marco? Yes. So I will basically insist on the same point and trying to bring also Moshe into the dialogue with Martin and Paul. And how they can hear me. And I want to insist on this ambiguity about sacrifice in the economy. Because it seems to me that, again, not only phenomenologically, but in terms of really of the work that is done by sacrifice, there is always a slight ambiguity in your work. That is whether sacrifice is a way to somehow tame violence, or whether sacrifice is fundamentally productive or ordering, and in particular constitutional ordering. This to me, it seems that you tend to say both things at the same time, and I don't know whether you can have both.
Both at the same time.
Both at the same time.
No, what are they?
So the two things are that one is sacrifice is simply a way to somehow giving form and meaning to violence, and so it's a way to somehow contain it, which creates a lot of issues, no? Because if it doesn't register as a sacrifice, then at best, you know, what we're talking about violence, is victimization. On the other hand, there are passages in your work where it seems to me that sacrifice plays really like an engine for let's say, propelling into existence constitutional order. And even I would say the form of the constitutional order. Now, there are passages in your work where you say clearly, let's say something that might become again quite relevant. Take the case of nuclear weapons and the exposition of the citizen to nuclear weapons. This is immediately constitutive, you say, of a democratic form of constitutional government. Right? Because there is, at that point in time, the distinction between, say, combatants and non-combatants explodes. No? It doesn't make sense. So in this sense, everyone somehow, I'm not even say conscripted, but just exposed to the possibility of being sacrificed, with clearly no possibility, any kind of choice, right? Of self-sacrificing themselves. So I think this somehow remains slightly ambiguous in a word. In the first option, if this is the case, my impression is that somehow you tend to become closer to Girard's understanding of sacrifice. Although clearly I can see that there are premises that are quite different, no? Because Girard's interest is in desires, and how desire fuels violence. I don't think you're much interested in that, honestly. In the second case, you are probably going to get closer to, in my view, to Martin's work, where probably this understanding of the political is fundamentally the engine of what makes possible and strike into existence, I would say, a governing activity, and an attempt to somehow manage that type of political sphere. So in the second case, the political is also portrayed as literally an autonomous sphere. It's not a way of bestowing meaning, it's an autonomous sphere of life, distinct also from politics. And a second question, which this is a bit different, and this is directed just to you, Paul, and it's on the phenomenology of sacrifice. Why is the killing and the exposure to being killed, in my view, the critical element for sacrifice to become somehow relevant? And this is the way you often portray this. I'm saying this because my impression is that if this is the case, I'm not so sure that the phenomenology of political love that sometimes you conjured up can be really overlapping with the phenomenology of sacrifice that you propose. I'm not so sure about this. I'm not so sure that the possibility of being killed is somehow at the same time part and parcel, not integral to a phenomenology of political love. To a phenomenology of political love. I'm not so sure the two things, I mean, I'm ready to be convinced, but it's just that I'm not so sure that the two things are basically two sides of the same coin. I'm not sure about this.
Thank you, Marco. Paul, if you'd like to reply to those comments, there's a lot there to riff on, so you can just be choosy about what you riff on.
Yeah. Let me start with Neil. So I'm always nervous about this. You know, I have no particular confidence to speak about anything but the United States. The way I think about and so I'm worried about reaching out, you know, urban culture,
I'm sorry, Paul, I can't hear
There's
you
some-
well. Can you speak to the mic, please?
Something happened to the microphone when it was moved, I think.
I can't hear either. I don't think they are hearing us.
So,
Can you hear?
Yeah,
Yeah, now yes.
Thank you. Yeah.
So all I was saying was, I'm nervous about making any very hard and concrete claims about non-American political phenomena. But, and here are two buts. One, I always try and write in a way that invites other people to think about continuities. I always tell that to my graduate students. That's your job. Now tell me about your experience. And second, my general view is that the United States and the way in which it you know, I always talk about genealogy and architecture or mapping. I've used both words. I think that the US political imaginary draws upon a set of sources or resources that are widely available in the West. And then it offers a particular formation of those, but it's within a family. And therefore, I'm really interested in the way in which these same resources are put together in different ways, you know, different species within the same genre. So my general attitude is to think there should be commonalities, but there shouldn't be identities. And of course, I have to say that because so much of my work is about the way in which these common resources have been put together in different ways at different moments in American history. There's not a single story of you know, American political imaginary from, you know, the 17th century to the 21st century. So I'm curious about how other countries do this. Some people have tried to write about my work in terms of Asian countries, and there I'm completely at a loss, and I have no idea whether, you know, I had a student write about the Chinese Communist Party in my work. So what do I know? So I don't want to make statements, and I'm sure sometimes I've gone too far. And you know, reading your paper made me think, well, really, I don't know anything about the European Union. And that would be fine with me, you know. So that's what I would say about that. But I also think, and this is the point that has come out a lot, you know, when I tend to think about American politics, I think about a lot about, and American law, I think a lot about representations of American politics. I don't just think about courts, you know. I wrote a book about movies. And so I do think that there is a kind of popular culture that is increasingly transnational as well. And I wonder about how that influences thought about this. And, you know, the banal Americanization of the West, we can talk about as well. So that's the first thing I would say. The second thing I would say, I don't quite remember the context, but I had this thought again, I think when Neil was speaking. You know, increasingly in my work, I've been interested in the 19th century. I keep rewriting the history of the 19th century and trying to think about, well, what actually happened over the course of the 19th century? If I could understand that, I could understand something about America. And when you think about the history of the 19th century, you realize that these concepts are not abstractions. You know, sometimes people describe, you know, my idea of popular sovereignty as a kind of an abstraction. You know, there's deep and bloody battles about whose bodies count. You know, what is the popular sovereign? How does it relate to race? What happens with Black freed persons? What happens when Blacks freed slaves fight in the Civil War? How is that understood as constitutive? And to me, it's completely fascinating that a memory is repressed, right, for a very long time. You talk about the American Confederation. We have to talk about that. I'm not so sure about that. But so I do think that much of the 19th century is about these concepts, but not in an abstract way, not in an abstract way at all, but about, you know, real conflict. You know, same with you know, Irish and Italian Catholics. Can Catholics be part of the popular sovereign? And then, of course, you know, you get to the 20th century, you have the same question about women and whose bodies count. So I do think I don't want to think about this simply as a kind of very high level of abstraction. I think these ideas were driving very material questions about American politics in many ways. Sacrifice. So here I'll say something that maybe I'm wrong about my own work, and maybe I'll disappoint people when I say this. Well, I'll say two things that maybe will disappoint people. One, first point, you know, not so related, but very frequently I find myself hating politics. I just hate it. And why do I hate it? Well, because of the claim it makes on me. You know, and I resist this claim deeply. So much of my work is not, you know, is misread as sympathy for the political. You know, I feel like, you know, maybe this is a very poor analogy, and I'll regret it forever, but caught in a bad marriage or something. So when I think about sacrifice, and when I think about a lot of these ideas, I always think of myself as a phenomenologist of the imagination. To me, it's not the act of sacrifice that matters. It matters, you know, to those veterans when we put up a memorial to them or something. But to me, the puzzle is, you know, what is our understanding of politics that allows us to imagine ourselves, you know, destroying the world for the sake of, you know, American politics, right? It's that imagination, and you know, that's the biggest issue. But the question in some way that's plagued me since I was 17 years old, you know, or 18 years old, is what would you say if you were drafted? You know, and I always had this kind of you know, from a very young age, this imagination. You know, I'm called before my draft board, go to Vietnam, wherever. I don't want to go. And you know, well, what's your excuse? You know, and how do you respond? And how do you understand politics when you say, which I think I would say in the end, that, well, sometimes I would think I don't have a good reason. You know, that's the volunteer in Killingworth. Why aren't I in the fire department? Well, I don't have a very good reason. You know, so that's what interests me, not the going, but the imagining going, and how much of our life is constructed out of these ways of imagining, and that gets to issues of identity to me, and therefore we're back at the question of, you know, I mean, and this to me is, again, to go to Moshe's point, this is all about a religious sensibility. You know, how do we imagine justifying our lives? How do we imagine these moments in which, you know, you're called to give an account, and politics lies, the political imagination for me that's interesting lies in this, and of course these are all items that end up in political rhetoric and in political narratives and political fictions, but these are much more important in some way. You know, I'm interested in what Lincoln said at Gettysburg. I'm interested in what, you know, the people at Gettysburg said to each other, sent letters. I'm less interested in, you know, how many people were actually killed at Gettysburg. I don't know how many people were killed at Gettysburg, but it doesn't matter to me much because the entire nation is killed at Gettysburg in their imagination, right? Killed and resurrected. So I don't know if that helps.
Thank you, Paul. We have time for, I think, 2 more questions from Amalia and then Martin. And maybe let's go.
I have 3.5, but I'll be fast. The first one is about sacrifice, which is tied up in the discussion with killing, with war, with the veteran. So it's physical violence in a way, and I was thinking whether this could also be applied more metaphorically speaking to cultural genocide or cultural self-suicide in a way. So when belonging to a community, this foundational act of creating the community, being part of a community, requires somehow, in a situation like in the US that is so multicultural and many people have different cultural affiliations, to actually sacrifice part of themselves so that they can belong and contribute to the community. There is a clash of values, and those values they adhere to because of different cultural affiliation or background, and they have to just dispose of those values in order to become a part of the community and to contribute actively to the community. So it's a kind of killing parts of one's identity to contribute to the community's identity. And that could be an expression of political love as well. So that would be one. The second one, I will be there, is you talk about civic education, civic religion, and then of course, I work on virtues, and that made me think about civic virtues. This is definitely not liberal. It will lean towards perhaps an extent to which this is so I'll be interested in learning about, to republicanism somehow, and whether those virtues will be more the virtue of courage. Obviously, we are talking about this physical killing that could be one, but perhaps others like loyalty, patriotism, and service as well. Which in the discussion, I think a lot of it could be cashed out in terms of the virtue of service. And my third one is perhaps to Moshe as well as to you, which is in this idea of the people of the book, which I haven't read. I'm eager to read it. So, and in the American Constitution being the sacred text, how this will apply to unwritten constitutions, how the experience of a truth that is revealed, mediated through the text, as opposed to revealed directly to the judge priest, will make a difference. And my half question is all philosophy then phenomenology at the end of the day? Is all philosophy phenomenology at the end of the day? So the only extinct philosophical inquiry is phenomenological. Thanks.
Sorry, I just wanted to see if I could reply, however inadequately, to Bo's comment where he's suggesting that, I was going to say Strauss-Kahn, I mean Schmidt-Kahn on one side and me on the slightly differently, and the reason is that I don't see the political as somehow the essential carrier of meaning. I'm not sure what the meaning of meaning is here, but I suspect that what you're saying is that the political has to be tied to a life force that's based on a common religious, ethnic conviction, no?
That will be Schmidt. That's
Yes.
the meaning that he found, but the meaning can be also a popular solid. Meaning in the sense that it's something that gives meaning to the endeavor of dying for the state. That's the meaning.
Okay. Then I just don't accept that. I mean, I don't think there is a popular, therefore, I believe that the political is an autonomous way of looking at the world, and that it is rooted in a rudimentary way in this simple inclusionary, exclusionary distinction, friend-enemy distinction. But in order to build the politics of friendship, if I can put it that way, Derrida, in order to build the politics of friendship, one can't avoid the building of institutions.
So that's the difference between you and Paul. I think that
Yes,
Paul is
and probably the critical distinction is the emphasis he puts, overemphasis in my view, on sacrifice. It sounds like Christ nailed on the cross or something like that. And Moshe drew a distinction in the social contract and the notion of sacrifice. Well, a social contract involves sacrifice. But
that's the difference between you and Paul.
yeah, I accept I mean, I'm engaging in sacrifice when I give up half of my income to the state. I mean, why we talk about sacrifice in these sanctimonious religious terms? It's just duty. These are the duties I have as a citizen of a state. And some of the duties are really quite oppressive, and some of them, I don't even think about them as duties, but they are duties. This is the world in which, this is the modern world in which we live. I don't think sacrifice does as much work as those scholars who emphasize the sacrificial.
What would you put in its place? Solidarity? Would you put
A sense of common sympathies. John Stewart, common sympathies, and a sense of altruism, ability to recognize a fellow, not a fellow human. There's a fellow humanity, which is the cosmopolitan notion, but there's a sense of a common citizenship based on a shared history, however fake that history might be, or a shared culture. But it's a culture that transcends linguistic, ethnic, religious differences. You can only build the political on something that transcends those differences. And that means invariably that you're building them through institutions. So I'm probably sitting halfway between Schmidt and Habermas.
And yeah, your problem is first to explain nationality, because it just
to build
nationality.
Oh, it's easy. Well, the British never have any problem. I'm a subject of the crown.
Yeah, and the second thing, that the liberalism of yours and Paul is different. It's a different type of liberalism.
Well, there are many liberalisms.
Yeah.
And I spend most of my life, like Paul, criticizing liberal theory, because the liberal theory is actually moral philosophy, and it doesn't take the political.
I thought I said that.
So, Hobbes is the grandfather of this all. He says it's not about right and wrong, it's about war and peace. Whatever promotes peace is good, and whatever generates war is bad. And that's the dynamic.
So let me just say a word or two, because I can see we have a very, very long conversation ahead of us. Sometimes when I listen to you speak, I think that you're accusing me of a false reification. So what I would call the narrative or the myth is, the popular sovereign brings itself into existence in the revolutionary moment. This is part of me that you quote, and then forms itself by imposing an order constitutional order upon itself. I don't particularly buy the necessity that the constitutional order imposed upon itself is only the text. That comes and goes in moments of American history about how we see the text, right? So I have nothing invested in that formalism of what I call the formal cause being identified with the text, although as a matter of American history, it's important to recognize where the force of that's coming from. Okay, but you, I think, sometimes I think you reify all of this as if this is what I understand to have happened. Whereas I don't understand this to have happened. I understand this to be the myth that's constantly being reconstructed, right? Imposed back as sources of legitimation, sources of argument. How do we construct ourselves? How do we construct our history? This is a sense in which history is always a present endeavor to recover a past. So there's no archaeologist of American popular sovereignty. You can't go back and look for artifacts of what was done. I mean, this is the originalist mistake. Somewhere we'll find the letter that tells us just what was meant or something. So then I say in response to you, well, of course, institutions have to exist, and because it's these institutions that are sustained and that we sustain, that now pose to us the problem of legitimation. How do we understand them? So it's not, it's getting it upside down to think that somehow they're the result of these archaic acts of self-construction. Belief in self-construction is always what we talk about within these institutions when we confront the problem of legitimation. So
now I'm having to say I entirely agree with you in terms of what the difference is.
That's what I said. So, and that's a sense in which I agree that it's empty, in the sense that there's no necessary content, right? There is just the content that we're willing to, that we find persuasive, right? Within the history of this discourse. The discourse doesn't come from nowhere, right? It draws upon many resources. That's why I always say genealogy and architecture. We have to figure out, what are the available resources and how are we putting them together? And then there's pressure for continuity, but there's also always pressure for change and competition. So that's what I think.
So when you spend as much energy as you do on the court, this is simply because this is the dominant narrative of American constitutionalism, and therefore that's what must be.
That's the claim. That's the hope. The theory.
The hope.
Well, I find that of course often I find it's disappointing.
So really, if that's the hope is that the courts are the voice not of will, but of reason.
I don't see that.
Well, what's your hope? If I believed it was about decision, then why would I believe that this old white male elite of the Supreme Court bench would have a more progressive, a more insightful view of what the polity means today than whatever alternative we might choose? You can only say that if you believe it's not about decision, it's not about will, it's about reason.
Well, here we may have another disagreement.
We haven't had any so far.
No, we just keep working them out.
Can I put a question to Paul? Sorry.
Yes, go ahead.
Because now I have a doubt that I think it's interesting, particularly on the consequences to take regarding our work, for example, for European integration and the European Union. Because if I understand you correctly, one might interpret what you were saying as stating that indeed sacrifice is not necessary. What is necessary is that there is a myth or a narrative built around sacrifice that becomes a myth and that is believed by everybody in the political community. Is that so? So an actual event of sacrifice may not be necessary so long as we manage to build a narrative that is sufficiently credible for people to adhere and guarantees the conditions of the political. Is that the case? That may have important consequences for what we can then say respect, for example, the EU and other regimes.
Yeah, I guess my answer is I'm not sure, but I'm inclined to agree with that claim. That and I mean, here I'll just take my own life, right?
Don't.
So I've never had to sacrifice my life. I never found myself on the battlefield, so to speak. I've never even, well, I guess I came close when I was young in some ways. So the important part in my life and in most people's life is, if I'm right about this, is imagining the possibility. So that's got to be right. Now, part of imagining the possibility, again, in my life, and when Putin's going around talking about nuclear weapons again, is imagining politics in such a way that it can be a world historical ending for a political meeting. So that puts a great burden on our trying to. Yes.
Yeah, we'll have to break it very soon. But yeah.
I'm guessing that's Ben's kid, but I'm not sure.
No, Ben's muted.
It isn't. It isn't.
Yeah.
Not you. Oh, motion. Okay. Are we at the bottom?
Extended family.
Can I?
I'm here.
We will have to break for
Maybe we should.
our schedule is for a coffee break at this point, actually.
Yes,
Yeah, I'll stop.
yes.
I can stop.
Yeah, so we can.
Yeah, just a quick point. I think what you're saying, of course, is it's a construction of myth, right? Because you don't, as I read, you don't care so much about what actually happened at the Revolutionary War, and most of your examples in terms of sacrifice have to do with the Civil War, right? So it's very much a story about what America became, not necessarily so much what it
Right.
was.
So
Right?
I think it takes several generations to become America.
Yeah. So it's a story, and I don't know what you think about Noah Feldman's book, for example, about the broken constitution, where he very much tells a story about what the US becomes right after the Civil War, which in a sense,
I haven't read it.
so that is a story of Lincoln. It's a story of sort of Lincoln breaking, the Constitution in order to speak in the name of the future Constitution. And it's really the moment of sacrifice. I think it speaks in a sense very much in your language. And that would be my claim in terms of thinking about federations, really, to say that if you want to talk about the American state, you can't really talk about it before the Civil War. This is a moment of state making in that sense. That would be my claim. And I guess that goes to Miguel's point in a sense about how do we think about myth making in Europe, right? There, my claim would be that we have competing myths that would be more or less dominant in different areas of Europe, and they also changing now. So,
But don't you think that's true in America before the Civil War? We have competing myths. We just don't have a resolution until the Civil War. We certainly have the people making arguments on both sides.
yeah. But that's sort of, again, and that would be my claim about federations, to say that these are always orders that are contested, competing, that you always have two polities, or two claims, or two visions of a polity. But when you go beyond that and speak in the name of the nation as above the individual states, and claim that as more important, that's a state-making moment.
But people are making those claims from early on, certainly in the North. I guess, we'll get into this, but my question to you is, whether federations are always unstable. Are they moving towards states, or are they moving towards dissolution?
Okay, but my claim that would be to say that if we look at this historically, the state is actually the most unstable form, right? It tends to go either into empires or to federations. It's very difficult to sustain a small state. That would be my claim. And I know
talk about that. I'm not sure I know what your terms are. But
Sunil, if you could,
Yeah, I just have a quick comment on what Miguel said before, because if I understood him correctly, one part of the question was, can we have myth and imagination without having the action right there all the time? So can we imagine sacrificing ourselves for the army although the draft is actually not a reality right now, no?
It is in Ukraine.
It is, but not in our states where we live in right now, no, not in Europe, in Western countries, not in the US so much. So, and now I want to relate to something that Professor Loughlin said before. Why are we always talking about sacrifice in these very extreme terms that don't actually are not part of our everyday lives, at least in the countries where we live right now? Why don't we start talking about sacrifice that we do take in our everyday life? And I'm not only talking about tax, I'm also talking about the sacrifice to accept what the majority wants, which is often, it's a huge sacrifice on people. I'm working in Holland right now, where the majority decide that soft drugs can be sold in coffee shops. I know many parents that really disagree with this. They don't want their kids to be able to purchase these drugs. That's a huge sacrifice on parents. It's a sacrifice and to accept what the majority wants. No? And my point is just, I think in our culture and in our narratives, often we live a lot of sacrifices, but we don't call them like that. We don't talk about, it's a matter of vocabulary, it's a matter of language. We don't talk about this being sacrifices, duties and obligations and responsibilities. No? And here, my question would be, is that maybe the source, would that be a source of myth-making in terms of sacrifice to bring out what these everyday things in our lives are in also our language, no? Give them a different name. No?
Right, so here, I know we want to stop, so I'll just put out a marker and we can come back to it. Here I'm with Schmidt. There are lots of kinds of communities, man, lots of kinds of sacrifices in your sense. And I talk about this a lot. We have to give up our autonomy when we join certain kinds of membership groups, and we have to accept the majority. And all of that's true. But I think we are just making a mistake if we level down and say, well, politics is just another form of that. I think politics is different. Why is it different? Because it can kill you. And that sense of the political state as actually threatening, what are the other forms of that? Where do we find that? Well, we used to find it in religion. We don't find it so much in religion anymore. And we find it a little bit in families still, which is why these are the kind of the markers around which I try and understand politics. So I would say, what?
Or in volunteering.
Volunteering, this is the source of politics. So I say, I don't want to deny, if it becomes the case that the politics of sacrifice, as I think about it, which is the thing itself, rather than compromise or soft sacrifice, let's call it. I don't want to condemn that. I want to say that's great and it can sustain communities, and it might be that those things that we call political institutions just become forms of that. But that'll then be a life without the political. Maybe that's a good thing. I have no objection to that. But we're not going to understand, I think, the nature of the political if we try and build it up from the Lions Club, or the Bridge Club, or volunteering in my kid's schoolroom. All of those things are good things, right? But the state is not just something like that. Only we pay taxes, a little higher taxes, right? The state is this other thing, right? Which is devoted in some way. I come from the United States. We spend $1 trillion a year on a military budget. It's not for nothing. It's not for nothing. So it's a reality still, it seems to me, even if it recedes. Of course, it doesn't recede much if you turn on the television late at night. That's the daily feed of our fiction is all about sacrifice for the state or the family, right? But these are the great themes of American, at least of American popular culture. Remains sacrifice for state and family. In my film book, I have this line that says, "There's no political movie that's not also a movie about family." And what are they about? They're about this, over and over and over again. So I insist still, but this is the political, although it may be done.
You're the last one, because even Schmidt said in 1962, the era of statehood is over.
Yeah, well, he might be right. Well, it wasn't over yet. He might be right.
We'll have to stop now because our time is also over at this point. But thank you, everyone. Thank you for the contributors who joined us.
Good
as well. This one titled Constitutional Identity and Case Law Between Interpretation and Narrative. And we are joined here by Maria Cowell from University College Cork, Mair from Copenhagen, and our very own Marco Goldini from Glasgow.
Goldoni.
Sorry?
Goldoni.
Can I call you something else?
Goldoni.
I'm very sorry. Marco Goldoni.
No worries.
Yeah, no, that's terrible. So yes, so without any further delay, we'll have to follow the same format as before, and Paul will have an opportunity to reply to our commentators. So Maria, please go ahead.
Can you give me a warning at 15 minutes?
I will do.
Hold on. Don't pull it too hard.
Okay.
Just to make sure, can you hear Benjamin? Yeah? Yeah, okay.
So thanks to Neil and Marco for including me, for organizing this and for including me and for knowing that I would be interested in this. I guess Neil supervised me, so he had an inside track on what I would be interested in, so the connection worked quite well. I'm going to focus in this presentation on the cultural study of law against the backdrop of my own research. I am going to try and, I'm selfish enough to want to try and make it make sense in the context of the things I'm researching, rather than more generously, as the previous speakers have been doing, just engaging with it for its own sake. And I think it's going to resonate quite well with the previous paper on the idea of the volunteer, although I didn't read that book. I didn't have access to that book. So from what I did read, I think, I mean, lots of lovely things to say. It's very nicely written. You're weaving through complex things in a very clear, lucid, accessible way with insight. I love the focus on phenomenology. I started to get really into this, although I'm not sure that I fully understand it yet. I like as Moshe said earlier, I like the telling the story of tradition, uncovering the depths of things that we take for granted, peeling back the layers of all those concepts and making us remember things we have forgotten. It reminds me a little bit of Tom Holland's Dominion, or there's a new book, The Air We Breathe, those kinds of things that are looking back into current concepts and seeing their roots. So that's interesting. And then I think the great thing about this book is that you're trying to reveal our own blindness to us. And I think that's a great effort. That's an important thing to try to do, and a great effort has been made. And you do it in a kind of gentle but insistent way, which is the right way to focus on this. And you say, for instance, only in law is blindness a good thing. And I think in the context you're speaking about judges, but it probably also applies here, that we're not really aware of all the concepts that we're engaged with. So I'm going to take some particular elements from the cultural study of law and apply them to what I focus on, which is subsidiarity and more recently freedom of association. And that's why I think the civil society focus on the role of the volunteer will connect well. So it's one aspect of what Martin was speaking about earlier within political jurisprudence, but I guess quite a narrow one. I'm assuming that law's space, I think you were, in your explication of law's space here, you begin by defining it territorially, but then it seems to have a domain sense as well, that it's linked to jurisdiction as well as just boundaries of territory. And that's particularly true kind of from page 66 onwards, where you say that the cultural study of law begins with recognition that there are competing worlds of experience, that meanings are not exhausted only by one way of thinking about things, and that experience is not constituted by things, but by the meanings that we give to events and communities and ourselves. And then this has a lot of consequences. And the first of those is that for law to rule in the way that law wants to rule, it needs to suppress alternative visions, alternative types of meanings.
so that it can be a rule of law and not of men, because apparently we think rule of men would be dangerous and tyrannical and problematic, although in the end I'm just questioning that completely, and I think you do too. So that's one of the implications of this kind of competing worlds of experience way of looking at things. The second implication, as I'm sort of labeling them, these aren't labels that you put on, but the way that I see it. The second implication is that as you articulate the border between the rule of law and the rule of men, then you constitute meaning in the legal order, and you make law make sense to itself. But that border isn't stable because you can always make a new argument which will slightly change where the border should be. The third thing then is that in legal practice and within the role of law, the rule of law, we deliberately and systematically suppress subjecthood of the judge. So we suppress subjectivity, the subject of the person who's making the decision, by rhetorical techniques, as you say, through the opinion and the way that the opinions are received, or judgments, as we would say, and through the way that judges present themselves, even physically. And then the fourth implication, which is the one I'm most interested in, is that you still end up with this competitive diversity. So you have the competing worlds of experience. There are still, even when law is trying to do everything to keep itself as the show in town, as the thing running the show, there are still going to be other ways of understanding things. And so there will be always sites of conflict, and law has to engage in that kind of conflict, and the ways in which it engages in the conflict, succeeds and fails in the conflicts, tell us a lot. So the particular side of contestation that I'm interested in is the site that is sort of revealed by the way in which law handles subsidiarity and freedom of association. I'm putting the two together because I think they operate at the borders of the public law, private law distinction, and at the borders of state action, in that domain sense rather than territory sense, obviously. So I'll speak a little bit about both of them, and then I'll refer back to the way that you think about things, and then conclude with some ideas about how they operate together and how they can be seen together. And it's in the end going to come back to the sense that you have and I share, that we need to be able to talk and think about ethics of care and love and things like that, and that's one of the competing sites of meaning. So subsidiarity then, as I define it, is a rebuttable but principled preference for proximity. So that's meaning that it's going to prefer a decision maker at a lower level, closer to the people who are actually affected by the decision. In principle, it's going to prefer that level, but that principled preference can be rebuttable by something else. And that's as far, in the legal system, that's as far as we get until we start to add in other concepts. So the first thing that happens with subsidiarity is, I think, interesting, that it's somehow attractive. The model here that I'm working with is 1, co-option by law, 2, corruption by law, and 3, inevitable sidelining. And I think this happens with both subsidiarity and freedom of association. That first, there's a kind of enthusiastic co-option, that there's something about this that's interesting, especially in a moment of crisis. You can roll subsidiarity out and say, you know, after the Lisbon Treaty, we're making, or in the process of deciding the Lisbon Treaty, after the failure of the Constitutional Treaty, we're making subsidiarity more important. When you're negotiating with Britain about various elements, you know, the subsidiarity card was played over and over again. So there's something attractive about that, but then once it becomes embedded, at least in the EU context, it became all about efficiency. So the thing that moved this rebuttable principled preference for proximity was the ability to do things efficiently, and efficiently then boiled down to do it in the way that the highest level would do it. So that, I think, is what you would maybe, and maybe I shouldn't put words in your mouth, Paul, but I think what you would think of as a sort of reason-based, rational-based, goal-oriented way of thinking about things. And when I say corruption by law, I don't think it's intentional. I think just law can't handle the depth, which I'll talk about what subsidiarity means, and so it engages with it on the only terms it can. So one way to engage with subsidiarity is to turn it into efficiency. another way to engage with subsidiarity is to turn it into democracy, to turn it into a principled, rebuttable preference for lower levels that are democratic. And there you have the priority of will, which is another big signpost in all of this. But you're asking then that the lower levels, and here I'm assuming town councils, but also I'm thinking about private associations, you're assuming that they can compete with the state on the terms of the state. You're asking them to look like national legislatures. You're asking them to be as efficient as national governments, and they're always going to lose that game. So in that way, in a contestation, the state level has set up the terms of the conflict so that the conflict is likely to be won by the state level or by the highest level. So the alternative is sort of sidelined. And the same thing I think works for freedom of association, which is a right that we don't think and talk about very much, but it's the right to form and join associations, to leave and refuse to join associations, and to organizational autonomy of the association. So it's expressly ordered towards the role that private associations play in the state, assuming that there's an importance there that shouldn't be lost. It doesn't work within the individual state paradigm that most human rights work within, so it's unusual, it's awkward, law doesn't always know what to do with it. So the same, I think, three things happen. It's co-opted because it's attractive, all the bills of rights mostly include it, even Russia and China. Then it's corrupted by law because, as the judges interpret it, at least in the jurisdictions that I've looked at so far, it becomes reduced to the individual or the state. It becomes all about the individual's rights to pursue their own goals. In Canada, for example, it becomes about the need to prevent totalitarianism or to increase cultural pluralism in Germany, Spain, and at the ECHR. And sometimes, as in the US case in particular, which is just very odd, it becomes all about freedom of expression rather than freedom of association, because freedom of association isn't actually recognized within the Bill of Rights. So that's the corruption, it just boils down to something other than what it is. And then because it's no longer protecting the thing that it's supposed to protect, it's quite easy to sideline it. And so you have a sort of trend towards congruence within the case law, where associations need to uphold the values of the state, which then undermines the idea of having cultural diversity and cultural pluralism protected through association in the first place. So this to me is all, by the way, a further possible explanation of why volunteering is on the way down, that we don't, in whatever myth making we're doing with constitutions, we're not saying that associations are important. We're saying almost the opposite at every turn. So I think the insightful part that comes, that I think, I can take you and make my work make more sense by invoking some of your ideas and principles. You say that this competitive diversity will always be solved by recourse to power, and that the power isn't violence and coercion, although that can also be part of the political and legal regime, but the power is the capacity to exclude or dominate ways of understanding things. So law's power to rule is measured by the citizen's disposition to understand events and actions and subjects as instances of law. And if I can modify that slightly to say it's the citizen's disposition to understand events, actions, and subjects as part of the domain of law rather than as part of the domain outside of law, then I think I can use that as my explanation of what's happening here in these situations. Law can always explain itself. It's its own auto-justification. These associations aren't capable of sort of doing things with that kind of same power. So the confidence and assurance and the do you say auto-legitimacy or the auto-justification of law, through the suppression of subjecthood, through the idea that this is not about rule of men, but the elevation of the rule of law as an auto-justification, helps to explain why everything that associations and subsidiary units can do is just not that important from the legal perspective. So I would say the three things that subsidiarity and freedom of association have in common is that one, they prefer the proximate, two, they prefer, so they have a preference for proximity, they have a preference for plurality, for diversity, and they have a preference for the private sphere. And the reason that they have a preference for these things is not because of the sort of instrumental benefits that they provide, that you increase participation, that you increase transparency, you increase ownership of decision-making, you reduce totalitarianism, but that you create a space for an ethics of care, create a space for empathy, create a space for human-to-human interaction. And that space is something that just can't be explained by the legal system. And so it doesn't know what to do with that. When you say you have a preference for proximity for this reason, because it's important that people, it's important, so in a concrete example, that we don't try to just solve homelessness or drug addiction by throwing money at the situation or developing a state program, but that we have people on the ground who are engaging in a human way with those who are suffering, then law hasn't a register for being able to deal with that. And when you say then, and especially within subsidiarity, when you say that the preference is rebuttable, subsidiarity says within its own definition, there should be a preference for proximity that's rebuttable. And again, that doesn't make sense to law, because law would always justify its own authority and hold on to its own authority. It wouldn't say we prefer that things are done by the rule of law, but that can be rebutted in certain circumstances, and we're willing to yield in those circumstances. And so it's just a different understanding of authority, and an understanding of authority that's not about power and auto-justification, but instead about maybe sacrifice. Although I don't want to open up all that again. And then I think, so when you come back in your analysis in the third chapter in the methodology section of the cultural study of law to the alternatives to the rule of law, which are political action and love, I think your ideas there are that that law found an alternative public space that would suppress law's order because it has just radically different ways of thinking about things and radically different preferences. And you even say, and this intrigues me, because I wouldn't have dared hope that this could be true, but you say the denial of love's relevance to the political order will actually call forth more love. Now, that makes sense of why there is an attraction to subsidiarity or an attraction to freedom of association. But I think the power idea and the competitive diversity also explain to me why these concepts are so difficult for law to handle, why they are kind of squashed by law's auto-justification. And so that's how you're helping me to make sense of what I'm doing.
Thank you, Maria. And we'll hear from Celine next, please. Thanks.
It doesn't have more than 50 minutes.
All right. Well, I'll keep a handle on the time.
Well, let me start by thanking Neil and Mark for this wonderful invitation to discuss Kahn's work, which really is very inspirational for me. And here I want to just start with a little story anecdote. I don't know what it is exactly, but I've actually started a trajectory in legal science, and only later on I moved to study legal studies and EU legal studies in particular. And one of the biggest puzzlements for me when starting to read legal scholarship was the incredible normativity of the pieces that I read. And clearly also political scientists are normative, but at least in the school I was trained, there was a strong endeavor to try and bracket one's own normative beliefs when analyzing politics and the law. And what really struck me a lot back then was about the legal scholarship was there was not even a debate on whether it is desirable to bracket one's normative commitments when analyzing the law. And then I came across your work, and especially the cultural study of law, which really spoke to me and became a very inspirational basis for my own work. Now, what I would like to clarify in this presentation is how I exactly draw inspiration from your work and how I think I've slightly moved maybe beyond it in certain respects. And I want to do this in three ways. I'm actually going to start with my own work
And I want to look at a specific case of the Court of Justice of the European Union, the Commission versus Hungary case. And I want to show by this case analysis how I think we can extract different forms of meaning or different, I also call it imaginaries of the political from court judgments. Second, then I will explain what I think was the method that I used in order to extract these different imaginaries of the political. And at last and third, I would like to clarify in how far this method that I suggest is inspired by especially your earlier work and how it is, though distinct from more your recent work. Now, let me start with the Commission versus Hungary decision, which is a very good decision.
Can you say that again? What's the decision?
It's Commission versus Hungary. It's
Okay.
It's an infringement case where the Commission goes against the Hungarian law. I will explain it in a second. The Commission versus Hungary case, it's a case that was decided, it's a good case to illustrate this extracting meaning from a judgment. It was decided in 2020 by the Court of Justice of the European Union. And it's a case that is part of a range of cases in this current rule of law crisis that we have in the European Union. What the case was about was, it concerned a specific Hungarian law. It was called the transparency law, where the Hungarian government decided that when Hungarian civil society organizations receive funds, financial support from abroad, they actually have to comply with certain obligations of registration, declaration, publication. So in practice, that meant that, for instance, if you, as an Italian citizen, you send some money to a Hungarian civil society organization, this organization did not only have to make public the amount of money it received on the website or any other publicly accessible mediums, it also had to transfer your personal data to the Hungarian authorities without your consent. And this obligation only applied to Hungarian civil society organizations that received funds from abroad, but not those that received funds from within Hungary. And if the NGOs didn't comply with these obligations, they had to pay fines and they could even be dissolved by the Hungarian authorities. Now, the case arrived at the Court of Justice as a so-called infringement case, which means that the European Court of Justice had to decide whether this law was in compliance with EU law. And the court decided that it was not. I'm not going to go into the details of the decision, but pretty much what the court decided was that the transparency law violated core economic and fundamental EU rights, like the right of free movement of capital and the right of freedom of association. So I'm actually talking also about freedom of association in matters of civil society, which is somehow a nice link, I think. Now, what does this court judgment mean? What imaginaries of the political can we extract from this decision that can tell us something about what the European Union is and what its people are? The predominant narrative of what the decision means in the EU legal scholarship was that through this judgment, the judges of the Court of Justice empowered the Hungarian civil society to do what a civil society should be doing, and that is to scrutinize and control the activities of a government that is increasingly becoming liberal. So the reading of the case, which was the predominant reading, displayed a very typical liberal understanding of civil society. It's an understanding in which a major role and function of civil society in a polity is to control the activities, to control and scrutinize the activities of government. And for that reason, civil society associations are given extensive rights, like the freedom of association. Now, I think this is certainly a legitimate reading of the case, of what the court judgment means. But what I was asking myself was whether this is the only possible reading of the judgment or whether we can also read it in a different way. And in order to investigate this, I started reading the case from different conceptions of civil society taken from different theories political theories. So in a way, I put on the glasses of different political theories, of elitist conceptions of civil society, discursive conceptions of civil society, communitarian conceptions of civil society. And I read the case through these glasses and tried to see whether I can see something in the case maybe that we haven't seen in terms of what it means. And now I cannot display the full analysis of the case here, but I want to present my findings to you and then later on specify what I think the method was that I used. So what I found was that you cannot only read the case as giving expression to a liberal understanding of civil society, but also as giving expression to a deliberative understanding of civil society. And maybe let me clarify quickly what the difference is. Liberal theory, when it comes to understandings of civil society, as I said, they really focus on civil society as a organism to control and scrutinize the activities of government. Deliberative theories, although of course related to liberal theories, but also distinct from them, they see more the role and function of civil society as a democratic forum. They see civil society more as a group of associations and organizations within which citizens of a polity meet, they debate, they discuss, they potentially find common interests and eventually transform these interests maybe in policy proposals that will be articulated before government. So liberal theory, deliberative theory when it comes to civil society is similar, but also, in my opinion, distinct enough to consider them as two distinct understandings of what civil society is. And maybe let me mention one more point, and that is that especially deliberative theorists, they imagine that these processes in civil society, they do not only happen within the border of a nation state, but across borders. They say that now in this globalized world, what will happen more and more is that citizens will get together in organizations across borders, deliberate, find common interests, and then transform these interests to their governmental representatives. So, one example would be the current environmental global civil society, I hope I say, processes that are going on, that are really going on across borders. Now, it is against this insight of deliberative democratic theory that I think we can read the Commission versus Hungary case in two slightly different ways. In one way, the insight taken from deliberative theory allows us to understand the judgment not only as one in which the judges empowered the Hungarian civil society as an organism to control and scrutinize the Hungarian government, we can also read it as the judges empowering the Hungarian civil society as a democratic forum in which Hungarian citizens come together and they discuss their common interests. But there is another, and in my opinion, even more important aspect of the decision, which deliberative theory illuminates to us. So, as explained before, deliberative theorists, they focus on the fact that these processes in civil society, they do not only happen within the border of a state, but they happen across the borders of nation states. Now, if we have this insight in mind and focus on the fact that the case fell into the scope of EU law in the first place because the Hungarian government aimed to make it more difficult for EU citizens and not only Hungarian citizens to donate money to Hungarian NGOs, I think a different picture emerges. And it's a picture in which the Court of Justice does not only empower the Hungarian civil society to flourish in its democratic potential, rather and much more, it's a picture in which the Court of Justice empowers the European civil society to flourish in its democratic potential. Because in the end, what the court did through declaring the Hungarian transparency law incompatible with EU law was to allow Hungarian citizens, together with citizens from other countries in the European Union to get together and actually to support themselves in their common interests. So the civil society that was at stake here and that the court empowered was not only the Hungarian one, as the way how the court was narrated predominantly in all the analysis that I read, but it was actually concerned with establishing and empowering a much broader European civil society. Now, interestingly though, and I said it before, this European dimension of the judgment was not mentioned in one of the analyses that I read. The way the case was primarily narrated was as empowering the Hungarian civil society in its battle against the Hungarian government, which is becoming increasingly illiberal. Now, why was this the case? Why was this European dimension of the judgment not pointed out in the scholarship? And here I come to the second part of my presentation where I want to tease out what I think I've done in terms of how, methodologically, how I read the case. And I want to do two things. First, I want to clarify why, in my opinion, the European dimension of the case was not mentioned in any of the analysis that I read. And second, I want to point out what I think we have to do as legal analysts, and then I come now, slowly I relate this analysis to your work, what we as legal analysts have to do to be able to extract different and multiple meanings from a court judgment. Now, why was the European dimension of the case not pointed out in the literature? In my opinion, I will need more, I think. In my opinion, this has a lot to do with the strong normativity with which many legal analyses are conducted. What often happens when scholars analyze a court judgment is that they start the investigation from a distinct, pre-chosen philosophical principle, which they regard as preferable authoritative basis of view law. In other words, legal scholars often start the analysis of the law from a normatively preferred viewpoint of what the law should be. And in the Commission versus Hungary case, this pre-chosen philosophical principle was very much determined by the current rule of law crisis in the European Union. So scholars assessing the court decision primarily started the investigation of the judgment from the standpoint of liberal political theory, according to which civil society in Hungary should be allowed to scrutinize and control what the Hungarian government is doing. Now, this way of analyzing a judgment from a very distinct normative point of view comes at a cost, however. And it comes at a cost because it ultimately, in my opinion, tells us more about the normative commitment of the scholar analyzing the court judgment than about the multiple forms of meaning that underlie a court judgment. And as we just saw in the analysis that I read, the major narrative of what this case meant was wonderful. We as the European Union, at least the Western European countries, we sort of taught the Hungarian government what it means to free the civil society and how to treat them in the liberal way that we imagine. So it was really a narrative that was completely focused on Hungary, and the European dimension was not mentioned. So the question is hence, and here comes the second part, what can we do about this? How can we read and understand court judgments from different points of view? And what I have done in my analysis of the case is, I think, the following, and I mentioned it before, I tried at least to read it from not one distinct preferred point of view of political theory. I was trying to read it from a variety of really different insights of political theory, elitist, communitarian, deliberative, liberal understandings of civil society. And I think the appeal of this method of inquiry lies in the fact that it allowed me, if not to suspend, to at least temporarily withdraw my own normative commitments and beliefs, and to see something in the case that maybe I otherwise wouldn't have seen because of the interpretive community that I'm part of. And now I arrive to the last and third point, in which I want to show or locate this type of interpretive inquiry in your work. In your earlier work, especially the cultural study of law, you suggested the analysis of the law on the basis of what you call open-ended inquiries. And what you pointed out by drawing from, amongst others, Clifford Geertz and Michel Foucault, is that if we want to better, at least that's how I read the book, if we want to better understand the cultural structure and potential of the law, we as legal scholars, need to bracket our own beliefs and normative commitments about the law when we analyze the law. I think what I couldn't find in the book is really a specification what this would exactly mean when we look at a judgment. But as I elaborated on above, I think that one way of doing this is to read a case from different points of view of political theory, because it allows us, if not to completely suspend, so at least to enlarge the distance between us as subject of the inquiry and the law as the object of our inquiry. 2 more points. I think what's nevertheless important to mention is that this proposed way of analyzing judgment and the law does not entirely exclude normative debates about the law, because the inquiry proposed aims to bracket the scholars' normative commitments when starting to analyze the court in order to just be able to extract different meanings from a judgment. But it doesn't mean that the different imaginaries extracted from the law should all be equally dissimilar and persuasive. In fact, the imaginaries of the political extracted from judgment might even be rejected. Yet, in my opinion, the fact itself of trying to extract them in the first place and discuss the persuasiveness provides us with a more complex language to describe the EU, and through such discourse deepen our understanding of our community. And now one more point about your more recent work, because I think in your recent work, and especially making the case that we just talked about, you change a little bit what you've laid out in the cultural study of law, and you don't focus so much on understanding the cultural structure underlying court judgments, but rather you focus on the role of court judgment as an exercise in persuasion. And what you've engaged with is the question how judges, when writing a judgment, can employ and make explicit certain narratives in the judgment that would allow those citizens reading the judgment to find the judgment legitimate and convincing. So that they read the judgment as if they would be the authors of the judgment itself. That's how you phrase it. Now, in my opinion, this way of treating the judicial opinion as an exercise in persuasion, as intriguing as it is, poses several challenges, of which I would like to mention one, which I find especially striking. So what scholars mainly do that are analyzing what do scholars do that are analyzing court judgments as an exercise in persuasion? I think what they're mainly doing is to identify the narrative that the judges use to explain the judgment, and then they assess whether the chosen narrative was convincing enough to persuade those reading the judgment of the legitimacy of the judgment. But my question is, or what I was asking myself is, on the basis of what standard can we as scholars assess whether the narration of the judgment was convincing, was legitimate? And when reading Making the Case, my strong sense was that the analysis underlay a very distinct understanding of the type of narratives that judges should use in order to render their judgment legitimate. In other words, the analysis of court decisions in Making the Case seemed to start from a very distinct preachosen understanding of what the law should be. And here, of course, we don't speak about the result of the decision, we only speak about the narration of the result. But this, in my opinion, does not change the fact that such analysis ultimately tell us more about the normative belief of the scholar analyzing the judgment than about the varied and manifold forms of meaning that the court judgment can give expression to and which we can extract. And this, I'm probably completely over time, and I thank you for allowing me to speak so long. This is the end, and I'm really looking forward to discussing these ideas with you.
Thank you very much. We'll hear next from Marco Goldoni.
Thanks.
Okay, so I'm going to mostly focus on one Paul's book, mostly out of personal preference, I must say. Although I think it is a book that still speaks today to a number of topics. And I probably I will try to do too many things by focusing on this book, because I want at the same time to somehow test the continuing relevance of this book, which is Out of Eden, which is basically a book on how I would say the Western world, and by Western world I think Paul means here the world of Christianity, means more Judeo-Christian world, let's put it like this, means makes sense of the notion of evil, and how by doing this, well, let's put it like this, by making this move, this allows Paul again to expand his analysis on what counts as a political sacrifice. So what distinguishes basically something that is simply bad from what is actually generally evil. And in terms of how he cashes this out, then I think it allows him then to make a move from a notion of evil to a conception of sovereignty based on love, actually. So here the dichotomy that is introduced, Paul really likes usually not to stage dichotomies as a way to illustrate his argument. A couple of them were quoted by Martin before. Reason and will is a classic one, but another one is actually love and evil, right? So quite interestingly, therefore, the dimension of both moral and political philosophy is mostly saturated by this distinction rather than the distinction between good and bad. I hope I got it rightly. Now, what drives me to this book, which of course is written in my view as somehow also Paul's explanation of certain political evils, and in particular, most likely certain genocides, is that the methodology through which this is done, and in particular the reconstruction of how we perceive or reconstruct from within certain Western cultures the notion of evil by making reference to certain myths, and in particular religious myths. Paul's choice is to basically focus on two myths, which is Genesis 1 and Genesis 2, history of Adam and Eve, which according to him explains a certain set of relations that concern both love and evil, but also, as I hope I will have the time to do so, other key conceptions, both in his political philosophy, but I would say more generally in what we today do in constitutional theory. Now, methodologically speaking, I find quite intriguing and also must say quite pleasant to have the chance to be able to spend time and work on both, I would say, I wouldn't call it a science of myth, but somehow a historiography of myth. But at the same time, I find it quite insightful in a time where I think, despite the massive strive toward disenchantment, myths are still operating on I would say global scale, not just in the Western world. Within the field of constitutional theory, things, for example, in my view, just at the resurgence now of studies, just in the field of constitutional theory scholarship, at the fact that suddenly you start seeing a lot of publications on the theory of constituent power, which lied dormant for a while, and then suddenly in the last 4 or 5 years, I could probably list at least a minimum 5 monographs on the topic and several other interventions. Martin's, for example, has written research on this. And now there's going to be a third also Oxford Companion, Oxford Handbook, I think, on constituent power, which is clearly all treated in a way that never really put into question the fact that we might actually be talking about a field of myth making, right? And which is quite intriguing in my view. And the same goes for obviously all the notions which have always somehow inspired modern Western political theory, the classic of the one, probably at one level more toxic, if I may use that adjective, which is the general will, which can be interpreted, obviously, can be given a Kantian spin, but it can also be simply interpreted as a myth, as a genuine myth. And more on genuine myth later. Now, Paul's move is quite simple, but at the same time quite intriguing. The idea is that it is impossible, when you basically are going to reconstruct a culture, to basically get rid of the presence of myths, simply because myths provide a certain access to cultural meaning. And this is how I read Paul. He basically develops his position according to a certain type of cultural anthropology, which takes for granted that, I would say, myths and mythologies. By mythologies here, I mean discourses developed and narratives developed over myths, are fundamentally an anthropological feature of cultures. You cannot get rid of it. There's something that resonates there. It resonates because apparently we are never tired of looking constantly, watching, looking at TV series. I mean, it's unbelievable how much appetite there is for that. Constant retelling and reworking, as you were saying before, or a certain type of myths, and sometimes myths that becomes literally archetypes. And you keep watching these cultural and popular products, and you can clearly see there are always variations, always on the same theme. And I think there you are really onto something, when you identify, for example, in the book of movies, in particular Hollywood productions of certain movies, something that just, it is not stated in terms of that it's not propositional in its form, but it is there as an archetype, and it's an archetype that animates the vast majority of these movies. And all of this, I find it quite helpful. I find it quite helpful for, I would say, for the constitutional scholar as well. But of course, and here I would like to try to engage with in a dialogue with Paul. I find it helpful, but of course we need to draw or introduce probably series of nuances or distinctions. So the first one is, in my view, the most important one, most likely, is the distinction between genuine myths and, I would say, designed myths or engineered myths. And this is quite important because it probably taps onto the distinction between ancient and modern myths in a way that I'm not so sure it is legitimate. I don't have a strong opinion on this, but in a way that at least allows us to introduce the fact that myths is and mythologies are everything but generally spontaneous creation. There is a sense in which they tap onto, I would say, an unsatisfiable need and thirst for stories and narratives. But at the same time, they are usually generally plotted in the working and reworking that we do over them. And again, constituent power is one of those things. The way we change our understanding of constituent power on a constant basis. I think it probably tells us that there is literally a way in which we are trying to rationalize certain things.
Is it an engineered myth?
Is it an engineered myth? Because constituent power is, the way if the concept is an engineered myth, I think probably it is, but of course, my impression is that you can never separate completely the content of the story that you are telling and the function that the concept is playing in that story. Now, for example, is it an engineered myth? It depends whether you conceive of constituent power in terms that are theological, for example, say as a creator that introduces a creature into the universe but remains external to the creature. This to me would be clearly, being the kind of a secular vision on this would be clearly an engineered myth, right? It would be impossible, it's ontologically impossible to do that. But it is an engineered myth. There is an engineered myth that serves a purpose. So the classic, I would say, builder of the clock that gives a first touch to the clock, and then the clock operates. Now, whether all versions of constituent power are engineered myths, I don't have an answer because I don't know all versions of constituent power. So, I mean, I have to make an humble claim there. So I'm not, but going back again to the distinction, which I think is quite important, my feeling is that the way Paul is using this in the book is a mix, of the two ways of doing mythologies. There is a sense in which probably the assemblage of the two myths is somehow genuine, is the product of a certain type of semi-spontaneous evolution, which produces then the canonization later on, probably in a not much spontaneous way, of those two texts. But in any case of texts that probably speak, and he says this quite openly at page 107, in an important passage, in my view, that speak to the ordinary experience of those who make a reference to those myths. And I want to stress this, the myth has to speak to the ordinary, not to the extraordinary experience, but to the ordinary experience. So there is a sense in which the myth is providing an archetype or a model for behavior, right? It inspires, and it builds up normality. So under this aspect, myths don't make mistake. Myths don't perform the same role that you might want to ascribe, for example, to another kind of mythical figure, which is the state of exception, right? Here we are literally talking about the building and the building blocks of a culture. Now, and I was saying, so Paul uses both, and my invitation to become aware of that distinction is important for the way that the constitutional scholar might want to analyze those constitutional myths, right? Because then the question becomes, taking into account the fact that what the constitutional scholar can actually do, over the traction that certain constitutional myths have on citizens, and what the constitutional scholar can do is very limited. But the constitutional scholar has at least somehow, in my view, to adopt an ethos or to vis-a-vis those myths, is first of all to be aware that there is this constant engineering. Some of the scientists of the myth, take for example Kereni, speaks openly of a mythological machine that you need somehow to study and I would say, and this is here comes one of the two things that I want to say today, which basically invites then the scholar to, in my view, not simply to perpetuate the myth, but at the same time, I would say to denounce the myth in terms of critique of ideology, for example. And this is again why I thought that Out of Eden was and it still is quite a useful book for the constitutional scholar, because it navigates this distinction between, or it navigates the shillas of critique of ideology, where basically everything is about unveiling or exercising a school of suspicion, and on the other side, the Charybdis of somehow the enchanted scholar that is really firmly convinced that when it talks about constituent power, you really have there something like a force, an energy, which is external to the universe, that is really animating the universe. And you navigate, I think there's enough materials here to somehow sketch out an approach. I think I would add on top of this, in my view, and this is something that is constantly nagging me, and I mean, it's nagging me constantly, honestly. I mean, it's not easy to navigate these two poles. I mean, you think about, again, we're talking about myths and narratives here, but think about something that might seem completely unrelated, but I think it will speak to our ordinary experiences. Conspiracy theories. I mean, clearly, you don't face conspiracy theories by engaging into debunking, right? You will never convince anyone by debunking the conspiracy theory that it shouldn't be believing into the conspiracy theory, right? I mean, the most classic example, the protocols, everyone knows that the protocols are false, but they still circulate, right? Well, I mean, everyone could know that the protocols are false, and that at least from 1921, there is a sense in which it has been sufficiently proven that the protocols are false. But you can clearly see there are still people who believe in those things, right? There's no way that by simply debunking them, you will get rid of those things. And I'm saying this because at one level, I would say the squaring the circle here would mean fundamentally to being able to not truly believe in the myth and the content of the myth, but at the same time, not completely destroy the enchantment that is produced by the myth. Now, how do you navigate this? I mean, the only suggestion that I have at this point, and this is completely undercooked, is that you engage in the reconstruction of the myth, and you are somehow doing myth making as a scholar, but you also show, how can I say, the editing process. So you show the suture. You know, when you say suture, you show it. Like, you know, when a musician performs a trick, it will be the equivalent of performing the trick, but then showing how you made it. Sorry?
You hit the track changes, but.
You need track changes, exactly. You need track changes, exactly.
Show the working.
And now all of this, exactly. Now, whether this is enough, I doubt it, honestly. But I need to think more about this. But it would be a way, to show that there is a recognition that it is unavoidable not to be engaging and to be managing those materials, mythological materials, and then you're basically engaging the machine that produces those materials. But at the same time, that you're not just going there and pinching the balloon air of the kid and ruining the enchantment. Now, I have one or a couple of minutes because I want to engage on other things. Now, there is another thing in the book which is quite precious, and but I'm not so sure whether Paul still stick to it. So, because after what you said before, I have doubts now that we would stick to that. I think this is the book where more clearly talking about myths, but also in the sense also more, I would say, the material context where the myths are embedded, where you clearly ascribe to the body and labor something that is not, just a dismission of their mechanical functioning, a la Arendt. So that it is, from my view, the really clearest point in your work where the body is not just a vessel of something else, like, just a carrier of, something that you attach on it. And if you're lucky, you can graft proper meaning, otherwise you will be slaughtered. I mean, they will be slaughtered simply, right? But there is a sense in which the labor of the body has this potential, constantly of transcending itself, mostly through the logic of sacrifice, but in this way to politicize the body itself, without reducing the body to simply this sort of machine that remains external to the formation of the meaning. Now, after what you were saying before, there is the idea that you don't really need the action or the sacrificial action, and in order to make reference to the possibility that there is in the horizon of sacrifice. I'm not so sure about this, because this speaks about literally the relationship between the body and sacrifice, and how you see the body, whether you see the body simply as a Cartesian machine, or whether actually the body is always already, which I think would be more promising in my view, is always already, not just a site, but it's that type of labor constantly going on. And then we'll stop here.
Thank you, Marco. Paul, if you'd like to reply to those excellent commentaries.
Well, thanks to everyone again. I'm trying to think quickly whether there's any unity across these three. I think I'm going to give up on that. but I'm sympathetic to all of the comments. I'm most interested in hearing the way people use these ideas for their own work. So that's terrific from my point of view. But let me just make a few reactions to each of these presentations, beginning with Maria's comments about subsidiarity and freedom of association. So I thought about it a little. I think I'm thinking about the same issues, but I would have located the tensions at slightly different points, reflecting, I think, an American as opposed to a European view, perhaps. So you pick these two, subsidiarity and freedom of action, and I would have picked family and religion, I think. But they all have the same qualities that you described, but at least in the American context, they're a little more, shall we call it, say, resilient. And so one of the interesting things I think about liberal theory is it's never had a good theory about, never got a good idea about families. And you see this concept all the time. Liberals intervene to save the children from their parents, or is the unit to be protected from the state? Parental autonomy and family. So the question about how law deals with this, the little platoon, a small community, which is both a necessary condition of the state, an object regulated by the state, but an object to which the state has to defer, right? And goes through all of these issues that you described, recognition, corruption. The children are supposed to become citizens, and in the end, I don't think it's sidelined, but it's co-opted. Right? And so we play this over and over again in all different sorts of locations. Think about the private homeschooling, kind of a bizarre idea from the perspective of the state. You think the state would want to claim the children and make sure they were trained in politics and civics, yet this idea of the family. And there it bleeds over into religious groups as well. Makes its own claim of subsidiarity in a sense, but if it goes too far, I don't know, we say it becomes inefficient, but it becomes a threat. And therefore it has to be suppressed or co-opted or whatever. And here I would recommend Ben Berger's book, Religion in the State, on these issues. So I think you're definitely, the formation here of how do we deal with communities that, and I think, I wrote that stuff a long time ago, but I think I talk about the same kind of movement when I talk about the efforts of law to control these groups or sites through ideas of, jurisdictionally bounded discretion and how difficult it is to maintain that. It's discretion within legal limits, which often just becomes do it our way or don't do it at all. We see this in American constitutional law over the Chevron rule right now and the disappearance of the Chevron rule. So I agree with all of that. These are really difficult issues. But I'm not, and on the specific point about subsidiarity, of course, much of the Killingworth book is about this, because historically, the local, was the necessary condition of the political. And we see in which the idea of local authority, granting local autonomy, has become stretched thinner and thinner and thinner. And I don't know, early in the book, maybe a third of the way through the book, I announced, what I take to be a law of American politics, which is the inverse of what we had thought, originally, which is the closer of political decision is to the people, less democratic it is. And how do we explain this inversion? Right. Well, it has to do with the shift of national political identity, the shift of information. There's nothing more opaque than a town meeting. Who the hell knows what's going on? And capture, local factions. So we have this big inversion. This is another form of the Tocquevillian inversion, where Tocqueville thinks you learn politics and democracy locally and you take it to the national government. And now we learn politics nationally and take it to local government. So we see all of these difficulties. Okay. But again, I mean, I think you're right about, you know, you know, it's not, the imperialism of law isn't like a constant. It's just, it's always defining these areas in which it's going to recognize a discretion and alternatives and self, you know, government, but it always has a watchful eye, you might say. They're always contingent, and you know, it's like the parent governing the child. Well, you want them to have some autonomy, but it's always contingent and easily taken away and always judged in some way. Okay, Sabina. So I have an article for you. I don't know if you ever read it, but it's called something like Freedom and Method. You know this piece of mine? I'll send you this citation.
Yeah, it's in the book.
It might be, But so it struck me that we agree on a lot about how one thinks about engaging. Because what I took you to be describing was not so much, you know, the ways in which we can figure out the meaning of you know, an opinion of the court, but rather what it means to engage freely with a text. And to engage freely with a text, you know, there's a bit of a rent in what you're saying. Well, we have to occupy multiple perspectives at the same time. You know, we're not really interested in excavating what they meant. We're interested in creating something together with them, so to speak. We're interested in talking to them and seeing how far that conversation can go. And so I'm a big fan of this idea that we should think of scholarship as deeply involving, you know, the free act of the scholar, and understanding scholarship as an expression of freedom. And that doesn't mean, and that means you can't be subservient to the text. You know, you're an equal partner in collaborating the meaning. And of course, it doesn't matter whether they saw it, understood it that way or not. They're not in control of the meaning any more than you are. Theirs is just an opening a statement. So I'm a big fan of that idea. You make a really interesting point. I'm not sure I would use the term extract meaning from a court judgment. I would say that in engaging it, you're creating meaning with the court judgment. You're working with them, talking with them. It's more like a conversation than it is an extraction. I don't know. I have to think about this point. You know, is making the case really all that different from the cultural study of law? You know, clearly these books have different audiences. You know, the cultural study of law is my rant against the normativity of legal scholarship, and I always refer to it as kind of a manifesto, trying to say here's the way we should be doing legal scholarship, or at least there's some space for this that doesn't exist. We have to at least think about this. And then making the cases, as I was saying with Martin before, it's a particular intervention directed at, you know, the trope of the book. It's directed at law students, but it's not really directed at law students. It's directed at, you know, kind of legal scholarship, but also directed at judges. So I'm not really doing the same thing in the two books, whether they're compatible or not. I don't know. I have to think about that. You know, I am arguing that judges are trying to do a particular sort of thing there, and it's not the same sort of thing that I think academics are doing. And how those two things fit together is a really good question. And I wouldn't ever say that all of my work fits together. They just might be two different things. I'm not sure. It's too hard a question for me to answer off the top of my head. So I'm not sure. I just have to think about that. You know, I give making the case to students to help them understand how they should think about reading opinions and how they work. although it doesn't take any, well, it does take a slightly normative position when it says Bush v. Gore is a terrible opinion, right? But for the most part, it's quite indifferent, I mean, to the way the cases come out. You know, I remember even when I talk about Bush v. Gore, I said, well, I don't have a view about, I mean, I have a personal, but I don't have a view about how you could have written a great opinion about that. You could come out on either side in the case and still do your job. You guys just weren't doing your job. Okay, Marco. I'm really appreciative of the fact that you're still reading Origins of Order. I love writing that book.
Out of Eden.
Oh, Out of Eden. Sorry. Yes, Out of Eden. And that's, as I told you, probably haven't read it in a long time. But I'm skeptical about your distinction between, what did you call them? Created myths?
Or genuine and engineered.
Genuine and engineered.
You seem quite skeptical with yourself.
Yeah, it just allows me to say a few things.
Yes, but here's what it reminded me of, which is why I said Origins of Order. I think your idea of a genuine myth borrows from my idea of systemic thought. That is, a genuine myth has no origin. It comes from time immemorial, right? And if we can identify its author, then it's a project, all right? And you're skeptical about myth as projects. That's interesting to me, you know. And it also brings the common law, you know. So there's a point where Blackstone says, you know, if you can identify the point of origin of a law, it's not the common law, and it doesn't have the authority of the common law. And you're kind of taking that approach to myths, and so I'm not so sure about the distinction, and I'm also not quite so sure that, you know, your second category, constructed myths, is that what it was? Engineered myths. You know, I think that they tend to become myths over, you know, genuine myths over some period of time. So the flow might be back and forth across this, and engineered myths are always going to be using, I would think, elements of, you know, of genuine myths. So, you know, take your example, you know, you know, it's an example I sort of think about it at different times, is the engineered myth of constituent power. Really just a variation on the myth of creation, which is a genuine myth. So do we understand it as a kind of modern borrowing, or do we understand it as an engineered object? And what difference does it make exactly? So I'm not sure how much work I can get out of it, except a point I completely accept, which is, I think, one of your last points, is we have to, and Out of Eden, I think, is directed at this point, that's in part, we have to, particularly at the present moment, be intensely conscious of and careful about the power of propaganda. And these engineered myths, that's the joke about, you know, the track changes, right? These are extremely powerful, and you know, and in some way, you know, largely accountable for the pathologies of our politics. So whatever the role of a genuine myth is, an engineered myth may set off a lot of worries and scrutiny. On the other hand, I don't think we can ever get away from them. I mean, I think everything we're talking about when we're talking about courts is engineered myths. You know, the free marketplace of ideas, engineered myth. You know, well, so there's good ones and there's bad ones, which gets me to my last point. On all of these, call them tropes, call them imaginative forms, call them narratives, call them whatever you want. I've always thought they're neither good nor bad. You know, they're used for good and bad purposes. They don't relieve us of our own moral and political judgments, so that all remains. So you're pointing to one form of the danger of politics, and it is dangerous. There's no doubt about it. But I don't think identifying it as a myth doesn't make it less dangerous, because we certainly know that the politics of enlightenment rationality can be just as dangerous. And so there's no particular form of politics that relieves us of the problem of political judgment. At least that's my view. So I don't know how all that fits together. Those are my reactions.
Thank you, Paul. So we'll open up for discussion, debate, and questions. I will start with Tony, and then we'll move to Martin. I'm starting with Tony because Tony didn't have a chance to.
No, it's fine. It was about previous discussion. It's fine.
All right. Okay. Well, we'll begin with Martin, and my eyes will be roving around the room for people. And if you're there joining us virtually, you can use the little hand raise function if I don't see you. But okay, thanks very much. Martin, please go ahead.
Myths either too big or too banal for me. What you seem to be saying is that legislative will is myth, constituent power is myth, common law continuity is myth. So the whole of what we're engaged in is myth, full stop. In which case it's nothing. We're not saying anything of any interest if everything in legal and constitutional building is just myth. We're just telling stories to one another. And if there are good stories and bad stories, how do we tell the difference? How can you say, Paul, that in Bush v. Gore, they just weren't doing their job? What was their job? To give us a myth? Or to just say, forget it, folks, we need certainty, we need security, here's a decision. Doesn't matter what the decision is, it's the end of the debate, it's the end of the discussion. The sort of Posner line on Bush v. Gore was right because they just made a decision and we couldn't continue to have the uncertainty of authority as to who is the next president rattling on for weeks and weeks.
But they're not mutually contradictory. We can do that.
Okay, well, but how do they tell them? So, what is a good myth? I don't know. That was just an observation. I had a difficult question for Sabina.
Go ahead.
From a sovereigntist point of view, Paul's perspective on popular sovereignty. From a sovereigntist point of view, what the Hungarian government was doing was entirely orthodox. We do not want foreigners interfering with our democratic processes. It's quite understandable that a sovereign state will say, we regard with suspicion those from outside of our territory who are seeking to fund particular organizations to skew our political decisions in particular ways. Here in Britain, there's a lot of stink about Russian money going into influencing the outcome, for example, of the EU referendum. It's quite understandable that any sovereign state will be concerned about foreign money trying to come into to influence the way in which these decisions, so your argument only makes sense. Your argument only makes sense. He agrees with me anyway. Your argument only makes sense because we're in the European Union. Well, we're not, but within the European Union, you have these liberal freedoms, freedom movements of goods, services, capital, and labor. And that's what's justifying the Commission's action and the court's judgment. But this is pure liberalism. Destroying, the member statehood destroys sovereignty. So in Paul's thick sense. So
can I? I'm happy you're making this point because it allows me to clarify one point, and it's the distinction between the result of the decision and the narration of the decision, which I think you made very nicely in making a case. I didn't make a claim on the result of the decision.
But if you're not interested in why the court might have made the decision in a particular way, then we're missing the essential political element of the decision. We are now engaged in telling stories rather than dealing with the politics.
Yeah, exactly, but I wasn't again, I wasn't making a claim on the result of the decision. I was trying to understand how the decision, the result, which I don't judge on, for the purposes of the analysis, can be understood and narrated in different ways.
Yeah.
But I think the point you're making is that in the end, the court was making a result decision that was grounded in liberalism. And that's why we cannot narrate it in different ways, such deliberative theory. But that is a result argument. I'm not making a result argument.
No, that's really good, because it's actually against Paul. What I'm trying to make the because he's advocating the centrality of the political, and the political being based on decision, and yet half of his work is about narratives, telling stories. Well, these two bits don't fit together.
Right, but they do. But that's a long story.
Yeah, I will.
Why do you think the decisions? I mean, you're too Schmittian here. The decision is voiceless. It's acclamation. Whereas I think of decisions as how would I put it? I don't see any incompatibility between a decision and the narrative frame of the decision. It's a decision because it's been decided, but that's not incompatible with not offering an explanation or a counter in the narrative. I decide, I don't think about your family. Go to bed. You tell your kids. Time to go to bed. It's a decision. It's not open for discussion, right? But I can give an account, and I can give a bad account or a good account. If I give a good account, then I will be persuading in some way. I'm again asking for agreement in some sense, but I'm because I've decided. But I'm trying to persuade. And politics is a bit like that. It's not mute decision. It's decisions that are embedded all the time in contestable narratives. So I don't think, it's not, the judicial decision isn't voice or vote, it's vote and voice. And both of those elements, it seems to me, have to be taken into account if we're going to really understand how our politics is moving. After all, I mean, how do we even explain the tradition of writing dissents? We've already lost, the decision's over, but we write dissents, and they're revealing. They're revealing not just about the reasoning, but they're revealing about what we understand legal practice to be, such that there's an opening for writing dissents, which are completely against the decision. But
then so's everything in the column. So's over.
So's what?
Over the dictum. If it's just decision, then you got the French one paragraph ruling. That's it.
Right. So there are lots of elements like this. So is
that's to keep the story open because we haven't.
We'll take a couple more questions from Neil and then Maria and Alain.
Okay.
We'll take two.
I think Ben's on. I think Ben is on all this stuff there.
All right, Ben, if it's okay, I'll take them in pairs. So I'll hear from Neil and Maria, and we'll have some response from Paul perhaps, and then we'll take your question, Ben, and Alain's behind me. So I think that'll be good management of time. Thanks.
So, just you can defend yourself on this, but one thing I would say is that I don't read myth as being as expansive as you say. It seems to me that the point about myth, and one of the points that Marco was trying to make, is that first of all, the myth has to be related to a narrative. It has to be a story. It has to be a beginning. It has to be a middle. It has to be an end. It also has to be a story which is based upon ordinary experience. It also has to be a story which speaks to the experience of the people who are within that story about that experience. These are all really quite specific things. And there's all sorts of ways in which ideology can enter law other than through the structure of myth. there's various ideas we have about certain forms of domination, etc., which are not necessarily reducible to myths, but myths are very, very powerful ways in which I think the law can speak. And so in that sense, I think constituent power, you can relate that, you can see that as having a mythical structure. I don't think sovereignty has the same mythical structure as constituent power. I'm not sure that it does. You can maybe relate it to a story, but constituent power is no. But constituent power there is something which is very, very persuasively narrativizable about it, etc., etc. Not so sure about the general will, but perhaps. But different. My point is, I don't think myth necessarily covers everything. But the other point I would make is that, and this comes back to Sabina's paper, because one of the things that struck me was when you were trying to talk about the open texture of interpretation, it seems that there are many, many interesting things about European jurisprudence, right? But one of them is, and this relates to the point about myth and narrativization, is that there's all sorts of areas of debate within European law. One is the concept of militant democracy, which I know you've written about, and I have as well. The other is the concept of participatory democracy, right? And in both of these cases, you have a kind of order of, an order of analysis or a level of analysis issue and problematic. Do we think that the European Union is a militant democracy? Some people do, some people are beginning to. Or do we think that the European Union is an overseer of 27 militant democracies? Do we think the European Union is a participatory democracy, or do we think it's an overseer of 27 participatory democracies? Now, why that's important to you is, as you say, that part of the point of a judgment, what counts as a relevant judgment, is that if it can convince its audience, that it's saying something, which would be legitimate in its name. Now, the point about that is quite often in European law, that's a double problem. Because the first thing you have to do is actually say, am I speaking to the Hungarians, who are the only people who are relevant to this silo of European law, or am I speaking to all European people? So there's a kind of double issue. First of all, you've got to find out who your audience is, and then you have to persuade them. And you have to do both at once. And that seems to me something which is very specific and actually very, very interesting about European law and about the way in which.
How is that different?
Can I reply to this?
Sorry?
How's that different from a case where you have to deal with the parties, always, but speak in a way that talks to a larger community?
Because there are two different levels of community. It may be that you're just saying, look, for these purposes, all we're interested in is making sure that democracy works in Hungary, and therefore, other than as interested spectators, the rest of the European Union has no stake in this. Or we can say we're actually saying something which cannot be divided from this larger question, which is the European Union itself should think of itself as a militant democracy. I'm not saying militant democracy is necessarily the relevant term that you would use here, although it's quite close to it. But it seems to me there that that something rather different is going on. But can I just say one final point, because it's about Maria, because I think one of the things that you're doing there as well is that you're introducing other sorts of, it's an example of something where the structure of it's not about myth in the way you're talking about, but it is about central concepts, archetypal concepts, such as subsidiarity, and the way in which, I guess what I'm trying to get at is that the way in which, the law has powerful contested meanings, which then speak to particular constituencies in particular ways, sometimes takes the form of a myth, right? And when people are persuaded by the myth, sometimes it takes the form of an archetypal concept. I don't think there's probably much mileage in trying to relate the concepts of subsidiarity to any particular myth, but I do think it's a massively powerful concept, which is used within lots of sort of legal spaces. And so it is open to a lot of the broader interpretive questions which you're asking. So again, that would be reinforce the point about the particularity of myth and the fact that not everything is about myth, despite what Martin says.
Can I just reply to this very quickly?
Yeah.
Because I think there's one distinction that is really necessary to make. I don't see the court judgment, the judicial opinion, as an exercise in persuasion. as something that where the judges should be writing it a certain way in order to convince the citizens. And as I said at the end of my presentation, I think it comes with immense difficulties. And one is actually, how do we distinguish between good and bad narratives? If the majority of the citizens has in its cultural consciousness collapsed and actually likes the xenophobic populist narratives, does it mean then that the judges have to write the judgment in a way to convince the citizens? So the way I see the judicial opinion is much more modest. I actually just see it as an entry point, as a gateway to better understand the everyday life that we live in the community, as a way to better understand the political that is happening in the European community, and that we often don't see because we have certain interpretive communities through which we analyze the judgment, and we only see one aspect of it. So it's more as a gateway in understanding our community rather than as a text that has the duty to convince the citizens of a policy. So I think it's two different points.
But surely there is a persuasive dimension to, you go into a church, a priest doesn't see his role as making himself popular and persuading you he's telling the right things. But he does see as part of his role of persuading you that within the terms of his role, which is as a priest and as someone who's interpreting God, he's doing a reasonable job of it, and he's doing it in a particular way. So the persuasive dimension is always, it can't not be there. Every court has an audience.
That's true, but I think it makes a difference for us as legal researchers how we approach the legal text. And if we approach it with the sort of the normativity of the narration of the judicial opinion should convince the judges, I think methodologically speaking, we might overlook certain aspects that in the judgment that we see, if we only see it as a gateway, if we only see it very modestly as a text that can tell us something about the community.
Sorry. Did you have something else to add?
I'm just not sure how it can tell us about the community unless there's some way in which it's trying to engage with the community.
Maria.
But I don't think. Let's discuss it later. I want to know.
I wanted to kind of reply on the freedom of association angle from the Commission on Hungary case, because I think one of the things that's special about that case is it's the ECJ's first freedom of association case, as far as I know, and it also is a case that's unusually pro-association. And so I think maybe one of the reasons why people aren't picking up on the transnational element and the idea that this judgment could create a kind of, could have a universalizable premise, is that this is, first of all, not very universalizable as a way of going about things. There are plenty of other jurisdictions in the EU that would have very similar laws that they wouldn't want struck down. And then secondly, that people don't necessarily want it to be something that flies outside of the current Hungarian situation. So maybe that's a part of the political side of the judgment.
Interesting point.
And then Paul has said, and I think this is such an important argument, that nothing is more opaque than a town hall meeting. And this, I mean, it's absolutely true that nothing is more opaque than a town hall meeting, except maybe a family argument
Academic seminar
around the Christmas table, or well, no, but there's too much rationality in an academic seminar. That's your compliment. So I think the part of the reason that these things are so opaque is that we are still actually trying to disagree, that contestation is real in these situations, and that we're trying to go beyond the sort of superficial, let's vote on it, everyone stay in their lane, let's just do this rhetorically, there are cameras there. Like, it's not superficial or artificial, it's an act, maybe it's a real deep contestation. And the other reason, I think, which is related to what we're both interested in, is there's an effort to maintain relationship. Once you're trying to maintain relationship while having a disagreement, there are extra layers in it. And so you're not saying everything you want to say, and you're maybe being pushed to say things that you hadn't intended to say. And there are just so many different elements in play. And so it's more opaque for that reason, it's more important, I think, for that reason. And it shouldn't be seen as a lesser type of, I think it should be seen as a lesser type of disagreement than the superficial stuff that happens in Parliament, or that happens, you know, that is not an ideal that I want to aspire to. Now, I do think, having said all that there are better ways to disagree than sometimes what happens in families and sometimes what happens in town hall meetings, and that we can get better and better at doing this well, honorably, and still sort of keeping within, keeping focused on the actual thing we're discussing and so on. You know, there's skills to be built there. But I don't like the idea that we sort of denigrate non-legislative debate as lesser types of disagreement.
Maria. Yeah, if you wanted to. Oh, yeah. Well, we actually had a question from Ben first. Ben, if you could go ahead, please. Thanks.
No, thanks. I'm really enjoying listening, and I know it's a little difficult to engage from afar, but I was actually circling back to the conversation that Martin was leading, and I just so it's engaged in that, and Martin, I was going to say I was sort of surprised when you said that the narrative and the decision feel to you as though they fit awkwardly together. And in fact, I was going to say sort of the opposite, which was that the narrative and the decision are so intimately linked in this particular part of the work because of the relationship between imagination and the decision, that it is not just the question the decision is arrived at or reasoned to, but that it has to appeal in some way, that it has to appeal to the decision maker, but also more broadly, which I think is Neil's point a little bit. So then we get into a debate and we get to talk about and maybe contest the content of that imagination. But I suppose I'm a little bit interested in hearing a bit more from you on that. It seems to be that that's where we get taken with the decision, is precisely into the narratives that are at play, from which the decision either appeals and fits, sounds right or not. So that was the thought when you're having that part of the conversation. And I guess while I am unmuted momentarily, I'll just say, you know, Marco, I actually really enjoyed listening to you work through the myth element, and I wondered what you thought about. Maybe there's a variation on what Paul was saying, but what you thought about, you know, what I immediately reacted to was sort of the positioning of Genesis as a real or genuine myth, and thinking through a kind of a past life where, you know, the historical model of German textual interpretation says, no, this is something genuine about this. This is written by J, E, P, or D. And we can then break it down and figure out whether or not this story is actually created by whom, when, and what for. And so I wondered if it was useful to think about these two models of constructed or genuine as ways of relating to myths, of ways of thinking through a myth or positioning a myth, but not actually differences in kind, which, Paul, I think that's where you're saying there's an echo here with systems and order, that it's a different way of viewing the same phenomenon, which opens up a different sort of imagination, again, to get back to the first point. So just a couple of comments on the conversation so far.
Thank you, Ben.
Okay, so I'm coming from a little bit outside of the field, so I try to
the table so that you can hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll get to soon.
Yeah, so coming from a little bit outside of this field, I was trying to find a proposition, a concept that would help me try to make sense of different things that I've heard this afternoon. And I think I got one, and it might not be a problem, but for you, it might be a misconstruction of mine, but it got to me in one of your replies to Sabina. And this is, the point is the following. I'm just curious to ask you if you are a full-blown constructivist about law. So by that, I mean that there's really no way that one can sort of leave the interpretive cycle of meaning construction. So just to specify how that thought came to me when I listened to your replies to Sabine, it seems to me that so you said in response to Sabine that actually it is not just that legal practitioners and legal actors are engaging in meaning generation and meaning perpetuation and meaning reformulation, all of that is so that we as scholars are doing that. And I don't think that Sabine would buy, I'm not sure that Sabine would buy the point, because she would say that actually we can, there's a space for us to identify and reconstruct and differentiate concepts and theories in a way that escapes this hermeneutic circle. So the different theories that you distinguish, the deliberative, the communal, all of that, I think there's a level of conceptual stability there that we can work with that doesn't fit the broader story of meaning. So my question is the following, and again, this is coming from outside your research trajectory, but I'm wondering if it's just a way to test, right? To what extent are you a constructivist about ethical knowledge? So in my understanding, meaning is really the word that brings constructivism into the picture. But at some point also in the conversation, I felt that we were leaving the hermeneutic cycle and we were somehow identifying something, even like the concept, the way in which the ways in which myth has been circulated in the conversation. I think that at some point, well, we assume that we're able to agree and that this brings some objectivity to the concept of myth that is not subject to meaning construction, meaning reformulation. Otherwise, I think there's a threat of infinite regress. I think it's a little bit the point that Martin was making as well. So I apologize, just it was too tempting to ask you whether you're just a constructivist.
So I don't have an easy answer to the question because I'm not at all sure I agree with the categories, but to the degree that you're asking, I'm a full-blown constructionist.
Yeah. Says in his passport.
But I don't think
says in your passport.
Right, that's the land of my birth. But I'm also really interested in power and decisions. And so there's multiple ways of approaching that I'm interested in. But I think that there's no stable point that is not subject to the potential of interpretive construction. They're not all up for grabs at every moment, right? Or we would all just be confused. But there's no truth to the matter. So yeah, but I'm reaching the limits of my construction when I'm trying to argue that the Senate's unconstitutional. But I think it can be done. So that's my full
Let's hear from Miguel and Sina next. Miguel, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can, and I hope you can hear me and can see me actually. So I raised my virtual hand when you were discussing and engaging with the question of persuasion, particularly the extent to which courts actually attempt to persuade and persuade of what. And I don't want to claim particular authority because I've spent some time at a court, but maybe a useful insight. I think naturally, as Neil was saying, courts' decisions is an attempt to persuasion, but it's actually, there's two parallel lines of persuasion that I think courts attempt to do. One is persuading, sorry, hello? Okay. One is attempting to persuade that they are providing the right answer in that case. And the other one, at the same time, equally important, is that the way they are providing that answer and that answer itself fits their role within that political community. And therefore, when they do that, when they do both things at the same time, they are feeding into a certain narrative of the political community, of that political community, and courts' role in it and the rule of law. At the same time, and I think this is relevant for what Mair was saying, no judicial decision is or becomes the property of courts. Therefore, others may pick up on that decision and actually may attempt to persuade that the decision is actually something different than what the court itself might have attempted to persuade it was. And it also fits a different conception of the rule of law in that community. And by the way, this persuasion that, for example, legal scholars might attempt to do and therefore compete with the one that courts attempted to do, may actually even persuade courts in the future. So the court may itself be persuaded that it did something different and that what it did fitted its role in the political community in a different way than the court might originally have thought it was doing with that decision. I think what is crucial in here is that for this to be viable, there needs to be some underlying agreement between all those that are competing in that persuasion process of what means a fitting decision. And this is a certain extent where the myth construction, the narrative, the sharing of the constitutional culture that Paul's works on is useful. And I think because they need to share something. I mean, in the US, it may be the myth of the founding fathers. I mean, almost any constitutional justice theory in the United States always go back to the idea that somehow it is traced back to the to what was the will of the founding fathers in inverted commas, and we all know that that's a myth, that that's artificial, but it seems to be necessary. My question here, and this is where I turn this into a question to Paul to some extent, is whether this underlying agreement needs to actually have substance. That is, do we actually need to believe that the founding fathers actually wanted the relationship between the Supreme Court and the political process to be what it is, what we are claiming to be on a particular theory of constitutional adjudication, constitutional justice? Or is it sufficient for the belief itself to be shared? Doesn't the belief role is that of actually allowing that competitive process to occur without disintegration in the political community? That is, that we agree that our dispute is one about different interpretations of what is common to us and not of radically opposed things. And therefore, that's the rule of the myth, but it doesn't mean that it has actually substance, that we actually believe, that all the actors believe that they are actually searching for the original will of the founding fathers or anything of that type, but that by sharing that process, it allows them to somehow make politics constructive instead of being disintegrative.
Yeah, Paul, if you'd like to respond to that question there, because it seems a good
yeah,
opportunity.
all those are really good points. And let me pick up the first one before I go to the last one. And one of the things that always strikes me is, and I'd be interested in others' views about this, the court always, our court always labors under a double obligation. In every case, I think, whether it's clear or not. And the first obligation is to decide the case, of course, say something, decide, explain, but its own institutional role is always at issue in a way that other institutions are not. So the court's always engaged also in an argument of institutional legitimacy, the problem of institutional legitimacy, which bears on all of these questions about what's appropriate methodology and interpretation. You know, these are not questions that congressmen have to address for the most part, right? So the court is always, as I put it somewhere, you know, the court exists in an existential crisis. That's its place, and so we have to think about what is the role of an institution that exists in an existential crisis. Why is that important in democracy? Now, what is that telling us about ourselves and about the community, about our institutions, right? So that's a really important observation, I think, that the court's not a normal institution, right? It's always trying to normalize itself because it's always not,
So is it like a Supreme Court or a Constitutional Court? Not every court.
No, the Supreme Court. This is the uniqueness of the Supreme Court, right? And what happens when that gets out of control is what we're seeing right now. There's endless political battles about what it should be, who should be on it, what is its role. All of this is, the crisis of the ordinary crisis becoming the extraordinary crisis. So that's the first point. Second point on your last point, Miguel, if I remember it. I used to have a very simple model that I tried to teach my students that bears on this, and I would say, look, when you have a case in front of the Supreme Court, you have the red side and the blue side. All right, you're right. So one side writes a blue brief, and the other side writes a red brief. And what I'm interested in, and what I want you to learn, right, is what makes it possible for the red and the blue to argue with each other? What do they share, right? Because if they share nothing, there's no conversation going on. There's no persuasion, right? There has to be some agreement about what an argument looks like. What is relevant, right? What kinds of claims can you make? Nobody gets up there and says, I'm a better person, you should decide for me, right? You can't say that, or you can't even say all things considered, you should decide for me. Those arguments aren't permitted. So what kinds of arguments and what levels of agreement do we have to have for the institution to actually function in the way it does? Now we can ask lots of questions under that. How much do we have to believe in these things? How much agreement do we have to believe in? But again, I think we're at a moment of existential crisis because there may not be enough share anymore between the red and the blue. They're talking, they don't agree on what constitutes the grounds of a legitimate argument. And that's a really important question, not just for courts, but for the political community, I think. Do we agree on enough anymore to constitute ourselves as a single political community? Or to use a phrase we used this morning, are we still friends? Or have we fallen into a deep political conflict? And I think that's, come to Edinburgh on Monday, right?
Yeah. Thanks. Go ahead. Yeah. And then Martin. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna sort of drag us back a bit to the debate about Europe study and my interest. So the exchange between and my first question is to you, Sabine, whether you think this narrative that you identify in terms of European civil society, whether it's a new narrative of the court, or whether it's an underlying narrative that you believe has been missed. Yeah, because my sense would be that it's the first, that we are witnessing now a new narrative, a new strong narrative being put forward, not just by the court, and you can think about other cases like AK and others, right, that come out also in relation to, the conflict about the rule of law in Europe, right? That integration through the rule of law is how it's being portrayed now as sort of the core of the integration project, yeah? Where my sense is that this narrative is put forward not just by the court, but perhaps more forcefully by the European Central Bank and by the Commission. And basically my point would be to say that because the European Union is this composite polity, you can always speak in the name of the people as many, of the people as one. Yeah? You always have the potential, especially if you are in a moment where legality might be somewhat dubious, because you might not have the powers from the treaties. You might have to appeal to the constitution to come, the future constitution, in a sense, in order to legitimize power, which is seen as being necessary. So you see that the European Central Bank during the Eurozone crisis started to say that they govern on behalf of the people of Europe. I'm going to talk about this a bit more as well. So the Commission now is starting to say that they know that the sanction will hurt the people of Europe, but freedom is priceless, right? He says, but freedom is priceless. So they appeal directly to the people of Europe in order to justify what they're doing. Yeah. So in my sense, this is sort of, in structural terms, they're doing something similar to what Lincoln did. Yeah. They're appealing to the Constitution to come to the future, to the people of Europe in a sense, right, to overcome that. Another discourse which is emerging is the discourse of European sovereignty that claims the European geopolitical autonomy in competition with other superpowers being China and Russia, right, and asserting that it's necessary for Europe to survive in that world, that Europe relearn the language of power. This is what they're saying. So my sense is, to what extent what you identify is part of that story. And I guess that goes in a sense to what Neil brought up, like who is, because I would be with Neil here to say this is also a story about persuasion, that it's a story about telling a story about legitimacy, and for that you need a narrative about what Europe is.
Yeah, maybe let me say to that I completely agree that judgments are exercises in persuasion. I would never negate or doubt that. I was just making the point that we as legal scholars, when analyzing it, we do good in taking out the normativity.
No, I'm not questioning your method. I was actually generally interested in what you thought about what I was saying. I was not trying to undercut your argument in any way.
I just wanted to make that clear, but I think it's super interesting what you just said about this European narrative that is actually pushed a lot by maybe the ECB, but also the Commission. That might be right. Maybe let me say something more general, because I've written a couple of case studies now using this method, and they have the results of these case studies have always been very different. So it's not that every time I come up with explaining or articulating a case from a European point of view, which I think you can do with many cases, but I've also looked at, for instance, the Laval case, which is a case. It's a long time ago, but it's a very contested case where in the literature itself, the clashing lines were between those saying the court was actually an economic court and constraining the rights of workers. And that was actually the majority opinion. No? And I think what was actually at stake here in the Laval case was the right to strike. It was a labor right, and labor rights often tell us a lot about bottom-up democratic processes. And I actually, this case, I tried to read from a democratic point of view. What is actually the result of the case telling us about what democracy is and is not in the European Union? Actually, Miguel Maduro wrote the opinion in a similarly related case in the Vikings case, and he, in his opinion, makes this democratic point about the case, giving expression to some ideas of what democracy is and what the kind of democracy we have in the European Union. So just, I don't know if that explains your question, but my point is just, I think we can read judgments of what they mean just in very, very diverse ways, and that can concern the broader European dimension, that can concern matters of democracy, of civil society, of the market, and so on. And we often just don't see these elements because of this normativity that we have and how we analyze it.
Martin and then Amalia.
I wanted to come back to the interesting observation and question that Benjamin raised. But first, you have to realize everything I'm trying to do, I'm trying to fit in with this guy's theory. I'm trying to make sense of the various elements of it. So I was very surprised, Paul, as a prelude to Benjamin's point, that you say the courts are the one institutions that live in a world of existential crisis. I was brought up to think that the courts were the bodies that spoke ex cathedra. And you know, the last place that had an existential crisis was a court. But even if that's if that's so, it's only okay. America is different, but if that's so across the world, it's only because of complete transformation in the function of courts when they deal with public law or constitutional questions that's taken place over the last 3 decades. And that is the fundamental change. When one looks at the other institutions, the so-called political institutions of the state, they're the ones that live in existential crisis. Presidents have hardly any. The President of the United States claims the silences of the Constitution because there are very few specific powers given to the president. Look at what Lincoln did. Since people talk about Lincoln and the Civil War recurrently, once Fort Sumter had gone, the action they took over the next few months were completely without legal foundation. Political parties exist and function only because, despite their fundamental differences, apparently fundamental difference, there's an underlying set of values, assumptions, culture within which they work, including the fact that they accept that if they lose a majority vote, they cease to be the government. Now, there is uncertainty in all the institutions. So, look, the point back to myth, and of course, I say it's all myth. Ernst Cassirer wrote this book, The Myth of the State. Now, once you start with the myth of the state, then in my world, everything else becomes a myth. So, the point I'm trying to get to, Benjamin, is Paul talks about continuity of sovereignty. And he wants to say that it's a continuous claim through time about sovereignty. Well, Hobbes's idea of the sovereign and the authority vested in the Hobbesian sovereign to make a decision, command, is very different to the sovereignty that's claimed by a constitutional court when it makes a decision about what the meaning of the Constitution is. And into that void, we put narrative and myth-making. But when people talk about this, I get the sense that they want to say there are certain, oxymoronic though it sounds, there are certain rational myths that they have to adopt. There are certain rationalist narratives, and there are other narratives that, not because they don't work, but because they're unacceptable as modes of reasoning. And therefore, I'm saying there's a shift in the argument from will. Law is the will of the sovereign, and that's the Hobbesian sovereign. To law is what? The reason. John Rawls says law is public reason, but the public reason is expressed through the Supreme Court. This is a completely different, this is a fundamental shift in the way in which we talk about law. And to say that we have a popular sovereign that upholds the rule of law, I have no idea what that phrase, the rule of law, means any longer. It's not the rule of the law, the rules written down. It's not the rule of law is a special form of rule where it's ruled through rules and therefore it has to be general public perspective. It's a rule of what? I don't know what the rule of law means in this myth-making narrative world.
Paul, if you'd like to respond, and then we'll hear from Amalia, and I think probably
You want to go?
yeah.
So just a couple of points, because this is so interesting. Of course, when I say the court exists in an existential crisis, I'm completely an American here. I'm talking about the American Supreme Court. Whether other courts exist in a state of crisis, existential crisis all the time, I don't know, but I would say the American Supreme Court's been in a state of existential crisis since Dred Scott. Maybe before, but since Dred Scott.
Which is why nobody else in the world should follow the American way, but everybody is. But everybody
That's your
is.
problem, not my problem. I'm not telling you what to do. So there's always an ambiguity in the way I talk about it. It's a carelessness, because it's not all courts. It's not even all American courts. I mean, American courts are, I think, very hierarchically structured, which relieves them of the existential burden. I'm against that as a matter of, political views. I think lower American courts
spread existential burden.
absolutely, absolutely. They have the same commission that Supreme Court justices have, but that's another point. I'm nervous about getting into this point. I think that all you guys misread Hobbes. And again, of course, I have an American reading, I suppose, of Hobbes. So sure, it is true that Hobbes understands the foundation of the state to be the delegation, I guess you might say, of authority to a sovereign to make the decision, the consent to recognize that decision as if they are the authors. This is the language I like to use. Authority is authorship. Whose authorship? Well, those that created the sovereign. Okay, so I agree with you on this. But now my American view. That means the problem for the sovereign is to always persuade, to convince the people, the citizens, that they have in fact agreed to that. And that to me is the central problem of politics, to maintain that set of beliefs.
Yeah.
And that's an ongoing problem. It's not resolved by looking in the past. At some moments, that might be a persuasive argument. At other moments, it's not particularly persuasive, right? So when I say the court's role is to persuade of its own legitimacy, I'm thinking in Hobbesian terms.
Yeah.
If you're going to decide, you've got to maintain this relationship, right? What is the relationship? Persuading people that they are the authors of the decision. All right, that's my whole claim in the center of making the case. It's, in my view, a Hobbesian argument that the burden on them is to persuade the citizens that they are the authors. So I don't think of myself as, as set against Hobbes in his sovereign idea of a sovereign decision, but rather trying to understand what that would mean, in a modern, or in a modern, that is my modern state. And how that idea of authority actually works within this set of institutions, which at different times, different institutions make different sorts of claims. I mean, even the claim of who actually has that authority is contested, and we see it shifting around. And the court has a set of techniques, is sort of the wrong word, but rhetorical tropes by which it tries to make its own claim. The president has a different set of tropes, and Congress yet another, and individuals can make these claims as well. You're not, but I'm free to stand up and say I'm sovereign. I speak in a sovereign voice, and like I'll either make the case or I won't.
But if I could just come, is there any within your edifice, is there any explanation you can give as to why the courts have continued to accrete power? Why did they abandon, for example, the political question doctrine, if there was one? That is to say, there was no, if we stuck with Thayer's line on what the function of judicial review was, fine. But it's constant aggrandizement of the questions that they purport to be able authoritatively to answer. Now, any court wanting to preserve its own position should actually be reticent about that, because the more they're exposed as being explicitly political, the more the attacks on their authority are.
I mean, we can have a long argument, discussion about this, but I don't think you're going to find the answer in the context of the conversation we're having. I think that's a conversation that's going to have to be, I mean, first of all, it's historically contingent, after all, the court has low points and high points, but in the 20th century, which is what we're looking at, I think I could be. Am I the only American citizen?
I have a dual nationality.
Okay, so you can either agree or disagree. I think you can't understand the modern court apart from the dynamics of race in America in the 20th century. It's a story about race and a lot of other things, but it is a story about race, and that's a story about the Civil War and the failure of Reconstruction and the Second World War and the construction of memory. And it's all of these things and their failure. So we have to begin with that. But that's a story about how do the arguments actually gain content over historical moments and what's moving people and not moving people. And then I should say it was primarily a story about race, but increasingly you have to say it's a story, at least in American politics, it's a story about Roe versus Wade and the mobilization around that of all kinds of conservative political movements, which we're seeing ramifying in all sorts of different ways. So it's not a story internal. I mean, there is a story internal to the court's development about how it handles all of this, but it's being driven by much larger political developments in the American context.
Thank you, Paul. So we just have probably only a couple minutes left because we need to make sure we can get to dinner. But I think we have a time for you to say your piece, and Marco, if you have something to add.
I have a word with your proposal of the methods of inquiry, of bracketing your own beliefs, analyzing the law, bracketing these normative beliefs and trying to analyze the different normative frameworks. But it seems to me that it's, at least encounters the difficulty that it is not that one can just reason without assuming any normative framework or being completely able to assume someone else's framework. So if I try to analyze from a commitment to a communitarian commitment, for instance, I'm going to be someone who is not endorsing that, but playing the part of actually endorsing those beliefs. So it's not that with empirical beliefs, for instance, it's like pretty clear that once you have a belief, it's not that you can extirpate it. So you can attempt to reason without taking into account that belief, but the belief is there anyway. You cannot reason in a way that is completely ignorant or alien to the fact that you do have that belief. And in the same way, you cannot implant the belief at will. It's not that you cannot believe at will either. And at the end of the day, normative beliefs are also beliefs. So I am a bit, I think it would be great if we were able to do it, and perhaps steps should be taken to do that type of analysis, but it will, at some point, at some level, it will always be someone with a commitment to a normative framework A who is doing an analysis from a normative framework B. And I also very quickly wanted to ask you, I think, like Martin, I think I find very fascinating this talk about the myths and the classification you give. I'm a bit, I like to hear a little bit more, and I know we are already over past 6, so about this contrast between genuine and engineered myths as well, that I think it also was problematic. Kahn also found problematic, because it's genuine seems like opposed to fake, as opposed to engineered. Engineered looks like artificial, but then the opposed to that would be natural. But of course, myths are artificial. Yeah. So thank you.
Thank you so much. We are going to have to end our panel, I think. At this point. Oh, Marco. Yeah, please.
Well, I mean, I don't want to put too much emphasis on.
Someone decided not to speak.
To the distinction. I mean, clearly, probably, we don't know whether there ever been in the history of humanity a single genuine myth. But I basically lifted this from Cassirer, and Cassirer just hints at it with the myth of the state. But in Kereni, or following Cassirer, is actually the one who really develops this distinction, and not because they are really interested or in trying to retrieve genuine myth. The point is that given that we are clearly living the age of engineered myths, what do we do with engineered myths? So then the invitation is, The invitation is, what is the position of the scholar and general political activist in terms of how do you deal with those engineered
Can you
myths?
give us a two-line definition of a genuine myth?
A genuine myth is a myth, whose origins and whose production is basically lost.
Forgotten. So it was an engineered myth, but we don't remember it.
Yeah, most likely.
But then it is ancient versus modern in a way.
It is ancient versus modern, but hold on a second, right? There is, I mean, take the example that I was making. It's not like, because it is re-elaborated, and this is why it is operated as more as an assemblage. So constituent power instantiates itself as a myth at a certain point in the history of political philosophy, but then it gets re-signified under different terms. I mean, it takes what Schmidt says about constituent power. No, it's, I mean, you might want to say that it's a fiction rather than a myth, but I think it is really tricky because there is a difference between fiction and myth. But let's not make a mistake. When you say that a corporation is, a legal personality, you're not telling a myth. Let's be clear about this.
What's the difference between a myth and a concept?
Well, the myth explains, I would say, some or addresses some, I would say, anthropological needs or living in society in a way that usually fiction doesn't need necessarily to do so.
Or concept? What's the difference between a myth and a concept? I have a concept.
The myth will include a bundle of concepts. A myth is the structure of a story.
Yeah.
Right. So of course everything can be contained within a myth, but that's not the only way we can look at the world, including the legal world. So the fact that you can reduce everything to myths doesn't mean that that's all that you can reduce it to. Yeah.
The form matters, right? That is a narrative form.
I mean, and of course, this doesn't mean and doesn't imply that first everything is a myth, and secondly that reality is the production of a myth. In fact, the emphasis of the link between, or the capacity of myth making to speak to ordinary experiences implies that there is something more than the myth itself.
But I think, okay, so I think what I hear Martin is saying in the sense that if you use a concept, you always use it within a context with other concepts, right? So if I say democracy, if I claim it for myself, I'm most likely want to, engage with a critical conversation with someone else and say, no, you're getting it wrong. I define democracy and I define it in relationship to these other concepts, right? Say freedom, equality. Some might say, judicial review. Someone's like, no, that's horrible, right? And then you start to like create stories. So my sense is, where's the boundary then? That's what you're getting at.
Building a conceptual structure.
That both concepts don't mean anything in themselves, right?
If you say it's all myth, well, no, I'm not saying you, Mark. I'm saying if one says this is all myth, well, it doesn't tell me anything. The conceptual framework either delivers the job or it doesn't. But I can say all that without resorting to myth.
You can say a myth is an elastic framework for embracing human experience, including human experience relevant to law. But it's not the only thing we can say about a legal judgment. The fact there's lots of concepts in there which are, which maybe, I don't know, maybe they function in a bunch of different myths, and maybe sometimes we don't think of it in a mythical structure at all. But isn't it more about the, it would be a banal point to make if we're talking about fiction. Let's talk about fiction rather than myth. If I said there's nothing, that a good fiction writer could not write about in human experience. There's nothing. Levi Strauss would say that a good myth maker could not somehow embrace within the structure of a myth. I think these things are true. I think that's true, but it doesn't mean that is everything we have to say about the law. It's a point about the expansiveness of myth. It's not a point about the reducibility of all law to myth. Oh, would you agree?
Yes. Look, I do think, I mean, the one thing I was thinking about when you were saying this is, look, there are people who think that the discursive character of a legal argument or judicial opinion should be understood in terms of public reason, with certain norms of rationality. And I tend to disagree with that. And why is that? Well, there are lots of forms of rhetorical engagement. That's only one of them. So a good argument might center around an example. It might center around, you know, a sympathetic account of a party. It might violate a lot of rules of reason because it's anecdotal rather than, you know, universal. And another element I would say is appealing to myths. Now, what I would mean by that, I have a narrower idea here than I think has been operating. It's the Western community, put it that way, has a certain repertoire of myths that are common currency. You know, we know what we're talking about, so to speak, as soon as the figures show up. And that's a kind of shorthand way of appealing to, you know, a set of experiences and arguments that can be persuasive, can be useful. And so I would think about it as kind of in that rhetorical toolkit, which is a separate point from something I'm willing to say, because I'm a total constructivist, that we as lawyers and legal analysts deal in fiction. What do we write? We write fiction, and that's fine with me too. But that's a broader use of a category than what I talk about when I talk about myths in particular. Myths are fiction, but not all fiction is myth. And if you say that, then you just lose all the sharpness of the categories. I don't know if that helps.
Excellent. Thank you, everyone. That was, I'm sure the conversation is going to keep going.
Not anymore.